Good morning and welcome to Ar-Rahim Auditorium, Universitas Yarsi, Jakarta. We are proud to present the 39th Pacific Rim Application and Grid Middleware Assembly, Pragma 2023. It's a great honor for me, Heri Samtani, a representative lecturer, young lecturer, from the Faculty of Information Technology, Universitas Yarsi, to stand here and welcome each and every one of you in 39th Pragma Conference. Over the next few days, this assembly will provide you plenty of opportunities to discuss, share knowledge and insight, and of course, explore the beautiful city of Jakarta. And for your information, today, on the same day, is birthday of our city, Jakarta. May we express our greetings to Jakarta. Happy birthday, Jakarta. Before we proceed the program today, we would like to express our sincere gratitude to Excellency Ministry of Finance Indonesia, Mrs. Sri Mulyani Indrawati, and now represented by Mr. Sudarto, Excellency Ministry of Health Indonesia, Insinyur Budi Gunadi, and now represented by Dr. Rudi Kurniawan, Excellency the founder of YRC Foundation, Professor Journalist Udin, Excellency the Rector of YRC University, Professor Dr. Fasri Jalal, Excellency the Vice Rector 5th, Dr. Andy Muhammad Astiwara MA, Excellency Deans in Universitas Yarsi, Excellency Pragma Steering Committee, Mr. Kohei Ishikawa and teams, Honorable Distinguished Speaker, participant delegates, and all of you in here. Let's start this opening today with Basmalah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ladies and gentlemen, the 39th Pragma is themed Artificial Intelligence and High Performance Computing for a Sustainable Future. This is the first Pragma workshop since the COVID-19 pandemic. We greatly appreciate your support and the time you've taken to be here. Let's applaud our solidarity. Now, let me outline today's agenda. There are 4 sections in this event. First, opening ceremony. Second, Pragma overview. Third, parallel session, which include group discussion and presentation. And fourth, sharing session with the expert. And now, for a special moment, we are going to sing the national anthem of Indonesia. Please remain standing as we honor our host country with Indonesia Raya.
Terima
Thank you, everyone. You may take your seat. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm blessed to have so many great things today, and I would like to invite you for our opening prayer. May I request Mr. Aya Yahya to lead us in a prayer? Dear Mr. Aya, the floor is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, let us take a moment to seek blessings for this event and hope for its success. I will lead this invocation in the Islamic tradition. For those of other faiths or beliefs, with all due respect, please join us in this moment of reflection in the way that suits your tradition. To commence, let's begin by reciting the opening surah of the Quran, Al-Fatiha. A'udhu billahi minash shaitan. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Ar-Rahmanir Rahim. Maliki yawmiddin. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Ihdinas siratal mustaqim. Siratal ladzina an'amta 'alaihim ghairil maghdubi 'alaihim waladdallin. Amin. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Hamdan yuwafi ni'amahu wa yukafi mazidah. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu wa lakal syukru kama yanbaghi li jalali wajhikal karim wa 'azimi sultanik. Allahumma salli ala sayyidina wa nabiyyina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa sallim. Allahumma ja'al jam'ana hadha jam'an marhuman wa tafarruqana min ba'dihi tafarruqan ma'suman. La tada' fina wa la ma'ana shaqiyyan wa la mahruman. Allahumma la tada' lana min maqamina hadha dhanban illa ghafartah wa la hamman illa farajtah wa la daynan illa qadaytah wa la hajatan min hawaij dunya wal akhirah إلا يسرتها وقضيتها ربنا اغفر لنا ذنوبنا وذنوب والدينا وارحمهم كما ربونا صغارا ربنا آتنا من لدنك رحمة وهيئ لنا من أمرنا رشدا ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم والحمد لله رب العالمين آمين يا رب العالمين. Thanks. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Aya, for leading us in a prayer. Now, I would like to invite our chairs, Mrs. Sri Husri, to deliver. Okay, sorry. Now, I would like to invite our Dean, Faculty of Information Technology, Universitas Yarsi, to deliver welcoming speech. Mrs. Umi Aziza, floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good morning everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin wassalatu wassalamu ala asrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Amma ba'du. Your Excellency Minister of Finance Republic of Indonesia, represented by Bapak Sudarto, PhD. Your Excellency Minister of Health Republik Indonesia, represented by Bapak Dr. Gigi Rudi Kurniawan, Your Excellency Professor Jurnalis Udin, the founder and also from ERC Foundation, Your Excellency Ibu Dr. Santi Jurnalis from ERC Foundation, Your Excellency Prof. Fasli Jalal, Rector of Universitas Yarsi, represented by Professor Nurul Huda and Pak Endi. Thank you for coming. Dear Pragma member friends, Professor Jose, Jason, Safa, Nan, Wanida, Nurul, Lilian, Ichikawa-san, Shinji, Fang Pang, and also my lifetime supervisor, Prof. Heru Suhartanto. Thank you for coming and join us today. Dear speaker, Prof. Wisnu Sujatmiko from Universitas Indonesia, Professor Kastin Fatihah from ITS Surabaya, and Dr. Yeni from IPB University. I think Dr. Yeni is still waiting for the odd and even car numbers because we are in the odd and even rules to enter Jakarta, some area of Jakarta. And dear distinguished guests and participants, it is such an honor for me to give a welcome speech. Today, I would like to welcome all of you to Universitas Yarsi, Jakarta, to hold Pragma Workshop 39. Thank you for being with us today. This is the first Pragma workshop after pandemic. The last time we met in San Diego, and after that more than 2 years. And finally we can meet in person. Universitas Yarsi is pleased to host the 39th meeting of the Pacific Rim Application and Grid Middleware Assembly from 21st until 24th. Yesterday we have a Pragma student workshop, and this meeting is co-hosted with Universitas Indonesia. I knew Pragma in 2013 when I was a student in Universitas Indonesia, and Prof. Heru pointed me to become one of the technical committee at the time for mini Pragma workshop. And ERC attended Pragma for the first time in 2017 in Brisbane, Australia, when I was chosen as a Dean of Faculty of Information Technology, ERC. And since then, we got many helps from Pragma members. We use the cyber infrastructure from Pragma for our research funded by the government. And also we involved in some research with guidance from Pragma members. And thank you also to Jason for inviting us to become one of the research members. So we got ERC Cyber Kano now. Thank you very much. I hope this Pragma workshop gives us insight, ideas, and contribution to science and technology, and also give us opportunity to reconnect and reinvigorate our collaboration. I would also express my sincere appreciation to ERC Foundation that always supporting us wherever we want to go to Pragma workshop, and also for this event. And thank you for Indonesia State Electricity Corporation, PLN, for sponsoring us. And thank you for the organizers of this event, Ibu Kusri, and also Ibu Resti and team. Thank you very much for your hard work. And thank you to all faculty members. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for the insightful remarks, Mrs. Umi Aziza. The next welcoming speech will be delivered by the Rector Universitas Yarsi, who will be represented by Vice Rector number 5, Dr. Andy Muhammad Astiwara. Please welcome Dr. Andy.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. In the name of God, the merciful, the compassionate. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. May the peace and mercy and blessing of Allah be with you. Your Excellency Minister of Finance, Republic of Indonesia, represented by Bapak Sudarto, SC MBA PhD, and Your Excellency Minister of Health, Republic of Indonesia, represented by Bapak Dr. Rudi Kurniawan, Your Excellency Professor Journalist Udin, the founder of ERC Foundation, Your Excellency Dr. Santi Journalist, Chief of ERC Foundation, and Your Excellency Professor Fasli Jara, Rector of ERC University, represented by me and Professor Nurul Huda in here. And dear Pragma member friends, Professor Joseph Fortes, Ichi Kawasan, Safa Smolen, Jason Haga, Fang Panglin, Mrs. Sinji Simojo, Nan Wanida, yeah, and Nurul Hashima Lilian, yeah, and also Professor Heru Suaratartanto. Good morning and welcome to ERC University. Firstly, It's my pleasure for being here today. Yeah. Let me welcome and on behalf of Yarsi University. Yarsi University is the private university in Jakarta and reached as one of the high-ranked universities in Indonesia. And Yarsi University was established in 1967, and Professor Junalis is the founder of the foundation. And up to now, we have 6 faculties and schools postgraduate. And nowadays, we get the internationalization stage. This seminar is one of our activities in the stage. So we hope this workshop enlighten and give new insight for us. And also, let me introduce myself. I am in charge of Ruhul Islam. Yeah, this is I think this is the only task in university compared to other university. Ruhul Islam is responsible in educating the Islamic worldview, and the first, and the second to teach that our deeds part of obedience to God, and the third is how Islam enlighten humanity in contemporary world. And the fourth is also implement noble character in our whole life. Yeah, that is my job. And then thank you all very much for joining our seminar or our workshop today. And particularly thank you so much to distinguished speakers for giving your experience and sharing your valuable experience to our seminar. Thank you so much for all. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Andy. Thank you for taking time to come here. And now, it's my deep pleasure to introduce our Yarsi Foundation. And the next welcoming speech will be delivered by Professor Jurnalis Udin, the founder of Yarsi Foundation. Please welcome Professor Jurnalis Udin.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah, syukurillah, la hawla quwata illa billah. Asyhadu an la ilaha illallah la syarikalah. Dua Rasulullah Nabi ba'dah. Amma ba'd. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I am very proud to welcome you all to our university. And nowadays, people keep telling me that we are entering the industry 4.0. 4.0. There'll be 5.0. I do not understand what does it mean. But people say that in the future, people no longer need campuses because campus can be everywhere. We don't need the lab. We don't need the classroom. Classroom is everywhere. And even people told me that in the future, we don't need doctors because the robot will be there to take care of everything. I don't know. It is imaginary. It is possible. I don't know. You can answer that. But I welcome the Pragma meeting at Yarsi University, and I hope we share the experience, we share information on the latest development of the IT. So I hope in this discussion you can share the information on the Industry 4.0 and how to implement it in the future. I hope we'll be in the network and be success. Alhamdulillah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay. Thank you, Professor. Thank you for taking time to come here. I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen. Moving to the next agenda. The next, we are honored to have a very special speech by Pragma Steering Committee. Would you please welcome Mr. Kohei Ichikawa?
Good morning, everyone. So it's my honor and then privilege to speak on behalf of the Pragma Steering Committee. I would like to first express our sincere gratitude and appreciation to the organizers, Umi, Aziza Wakramati, and Shiri, Chashiri Harayati. Thank you for making this event possible. Thank you. So as you know, so this is the first time face-to-face Pragma workshop after the COVID pandemic. So without their offer, so we, this event cannot be possible. So I appreciate your offer. So they have worked actually so very tirelessly and then diligently to plan this workshop and execute this workshop. So this workshop brings the experts and then practitioners from the various fields and then various descriptions from the world. And then we have they have actually ensured that this workshop will well organized and then informative and then engaging for all the participants. And we commend them for their professionalism and dedication. Thank you. And then I would like to also express our appreciation to the rector of the university and the founder of Yaji Foundation. They have also provided us this very wonderful venue and the supportive environment for us. And then they have actually shown that their commitment and then vision for the advancing the international collaboration in our community. And we thank them for their generosity and then leadership in this area. And then we are delighted to be here today to share our ideas and insights and experiences with each other. We hope that this workshop will be the fruitful and then rewarding one for all of us. We look forward to learning from each other, and then we also collaborating with each other. Thank you very much. So and then lastly, so I'd like to transfer the Pragma trophy. We actually do this transferring the trophy in the previous workshop to the next workshop organizer, but the previous one it was canceled. So I want to transfer the trophy at this event. So Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ichikawa. Thank you for your insightful. Okay, and last but not least, I would like to invite um, team to deliver speech. Okay, for them, time is yours.
Okay. Thank you very much, everyone. I'm Tim on behalf of the Pragma Student Steering Committee. So in the Pragma 39, we have two main sections. Yesterday we have the student presentation session, and maybe tomorrow, and actually tomorrow, we have the lightning talk and poster session. From this workshop, Pragma 39, we have 11 presenters from Thailand, Thammasat University, from Japan, Osaka University, and from Indonesia, from the University of Indonesia and Yasin University. So I think it's a good opportunity to sharing their knowledge and current research and exchange their experience together. We're across the multiple disciplinary, for example, the library science and computer science. So lastly, actually this time is my last time for the Pragma 39 as a student. So back to the maybe 5 years ago, it is my first time when I attended Pragma when I was the third year bachelor student that I studied in the Kasetsart University with the Professor Pushong Uttayopat. So on that time, I had an opportunity to attend the Pragma workshop. So on that time, I met Professor Kohei Ishikawa in Bangkok. So that's why I continued to study the master degree and doctoral degree with Professor Kohei Ishikawa. So I think now is the last time for the PhD student. So I will graduate soon, maybe actually next week. So thank you very much, everyone, for holding the Pragma workshop. I think it's a good opportunity. I think we can encourage the students to share their experience and knowledge together to enhance the collaboration across the multidisciplinary and international collaboration. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for them. Thank you for your speech. And now, before moving on to the next agenda, we have a photo session, so all audiences may get in closer to the stage. Some people can on the stage, get in on the stage. The audience may take your seat. Uh, I'm sorry for being break your position. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we will start again. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, now we come to our main program. It's now my pleasure to introduce our first guest speaker, Mr. Sudarto, as representative of Ministry of Finance Indonesia. Today, Mr. Sudarto will talk about the role of IT in strengthening and securing the financial sector in Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Mr. Sudarto.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning. I'm afraid that I prepare my speech in very formal way. However, coming to the university, that just remind me about 15 years ago when I went to another seminar to get my PhD, long time ago. Distinguished participant, ladies, gentlemen, researchers, students, and all participants. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to the Pacific Rim Application and Grid Middleware Assembly, or Pragma community, and ERC University for organizing this infallible workshop. Today, I representing Minister of Finance who could not attend this event because she is in Paris right now. And I would like to deliver the keynote speech on the topic of the role of information technology in securing financial sector in Indonesia. I think this topic perfectly aligns with the themes of the Indonesia ASEAN Chairmanship 2023 and the Indonesia G20 presidency of the previous year, which centered around accelerating inclusive digital economic transformation and participation. We are all aware of the tremendous impact that information technology has had on the financial sector. It has revolutionized services and settlement, financing, insurance, and asset formation, offering customized alternative to meet diverse needs. And I believe it is intensified by the continuous development of artificial intelligence supported by high performing computing. And additionally, it has facilitated the adoption of cashless transaction, providing low cost and convenient financial access. Today, I'm confident that this crucial issue will be the focal points of the discussion during the workshop. All participants, before 12, because I'm from Minister of Finance, deeper into the role of information technology in financial sector, it is essential for us to grasp the global and domestic economic landscape. Now, several factors will influence the global and domestic economy, including the effect of pandemic, geopolitical tension, digitalization, and climate change. The global economy continue to face significant challenge due to lingering effects of the pandemic. The weakened supply side has contributed to increased global inflation, which, although now moderating, are unlikely to return to pre-pandemic level in the near future. Consequently, policy rates worldwide are expected to remain elevated for an extended period. I think if we discuss finance sector, we have to consider this issue. Next thing is about the rising geopolitical tension have spurred inward-looking policy in many countries, including effort to promote domestic product. Indonesia, like other nations, has implemented similar policy. Next, while digital technology has centered numerous opportunities for innovation, efficiency, and productivity across sectors, it also presents several challenges. These challenges include disruption in the labor market, in financial sector especially, as concern related to privacy and cybersecurity. Indonesia has demonstrated its commitment to addressing climate change, as evident by its action during the G20 Indonesia presidency last year. Climate change policy, although essential, bring forth new challenges, particularly for emerging economies like Indonesia. They can significantly impact trade, investment, socio-economic sectors, and pose technical challenges. Despite the global economic gloom, Asia, particularly Indonesia, has emerged as a bright spot and a significant contributor to global economic growth. Distinguished participants, all students, researchers, and all participants. In Indonesia, we have successfully maintained a resilient and growing economy. Over the past 5 years, I think this is a good opportunity for Indonesia. Our economy has expanded at rate more than 5%. This growth is underpinned by robust domestic demand and export. Sectors heavily affected by pandemic, such as transportation and tourism, have displayed resilient and achieved global digit growth. So, all participants who visited Indonesia, please don't hesitate to spend more time in Indonesia. Go to Bali. This morning, I came to Bali. I came back to Bali from Bali. Now it's amazing. Please visit Bali before you come back to your country. Furthermore, our labor market has improved as well, leading to a decrease in unemployment rate and creation of 3.02 million jobs. Fiscal sustainability remains a priority with effort made to rein the domestic inflation, while allowing a temporary increase in the fiscal deficit to address the pandemic crisis. We have successfully returned the fiscal deficit below 3% GDP in 2020, a year ahead of schedule. Indonesia is at the forefront of ASEAN digital economy. Various sources have shown that Indonesia has emerged as one of the ASEAN countries with high growth potential in digital economy. According to the study conducted by Google, Temasek, and Bain and Company, Indonesia digital economy reached USD 77 billion in 2022, reflecting a growth rate approximately 20%. Currently, Indonesia is a major player in ASEAN digital economy with around 40% of ASEAN total digital economy transaction originating from Indonesia. From statistics as well, already reported that now urbanization is a bit slower because people can do business from their location right now. I think this is good things with digitalization. The COVID-19 pandemic, which has forced people to adapt to technology, has acted as a catalyst for digital transformation in Indonesia. Indonesia's potential is further supported by its demographic dividend, the presence of startup and an internet penetration rate of 76.8% in 2022. However, achieving a complete digital transformation in finance is not without challenges. The low level of financial literacy among the population remains a primary obstacle. Furthermore, digital infrastructure is not evenly distributed across region and country, which is an issue that the government is actively working to address. For your information, just to remind you, Indonesia has 16,000 islands and about 80% inhabited. We provide infrastructure to all islands, including IT infrastructure. And hopefully, several days ago, we launched a new satellite, hopefully could provide digital infrastructure to all islands in Indonesia. I'm pleased to share the central as well, the central government financial report for the budget 2022 has received unqualified opinion once again, 6 consecutive years, from the Supreme Auditor BPK. This achievement signifies continued improvement in public financial management and boosts confidence in the economy. Let me highlight some key points from the 2022 state budget that are also carried forward in the state budget 2023. The fiscal focuses on consolidating economic recovery, strengthening social protection program to eradicate poverty and vulnerability, particularly by empowering micro, small, and medium enterprises, enhancing competitiveness and productivity through the implementation of structural and fiscal reform, and optimizing revenue and improving spending efficiency to both central and local government levels. Education remains a priority to prepare the workforce for digital transformation. Budget allocation in ICT sector also very high. Strategic programs such as the installation of base transfer station at 2,344 locations in remote areas, internet access provision at 9,000 public service locations, and obviously a digital literacy program. Hence, Indonesia places great importance on economic transformation, including digital economy development and the empowerment of human resources as strategic policy to reach the vision of 2045. Ladies and gentlemen, as we discuss technology and financial sector, let me now touch on Law Number 4 of 2023 on the development and strengthening of the finance sector, or in bahasa Undang-Undang P2SK. Indonesia finance sector is facing new and pressing challenges in today's increasingly complex and advanced financial system. The rise of international competition, technology innovation, including artificial intelligence, and shifting consumer demands are all contributing factors to the need for a stronger regulatory framework. To address these challenges, the Indonesia government has recently enacted a new law aimed at strengthening the regulation and supervision of financial service institutions. Law Number 4 of 2023 on the development of strengthening of the financial sector is a comprehensive legislation that streamlines various law and regulation into the unified framework. It addresses the challenge by the finance sector and presents opportunities for industry players. Under this new law, for example, banks are encouraged to enhance their existing services, such as open banking, by strengthening the underlying regulation. It also opens up spaces for banks to explore crypto asset and carbon market, enabling them to tap into emerging trends and technology. Information technology plays a crucial role in supporting this advancement as guided by this new law. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, as we discuss the role of information in finance sector, it is essential for all of us to consider the importance of environmental, social, and governance factor, which Indonesia promoted during the G20 presidency last year. Digital technology, including the finance sector, has the potential to contribute to environmental sustainability. By promoting digitalization and reducing reliance on physical infrastructure, we can reduce carbon emission and minimize environmental impact. However, I think this is our task. However, we must also be mindful of the environmental challenges associated with digital economy. The increasing demand for data centers, electronic devices, air condition, specifically I said, and energy consumption in the financial sector can lead to significant carbon footprints. Therefore, it is imperative to prioritize the use of technology that has better energy efficiency in the financial sector and adopt other sustainable financial practices that contribute to a lower carbon footprint. I believe artificial intelligence can contribute a lot in this initiative. Furthermore, digital economy, mostly supported by technology and financial availability, has the power to drive social inclusion and economic empowerment, including creating new job opportunities and enhancing financial services for underserved communities. In this regard, I would like to emphasize the importance of financial technology that can facilitate easier access to financial support for MSMEs. MMSE in Indonesia account for more than 60% of businesses. And the government has implemented various programs to support them, including through KUR, Kredit Usaha Rakyat in Bahasa, many trainings and other initiatives. It is important to leverage financial technology to ensure that this program reach their intended beneficiary and contribute to the growth of MSMEs. The government is promoting the use of QRIS. In Indonesia ASEAN chairmanship this year, we promoted Indonesia QRIS can be used across ASEAN. So in some countries, for example now in Malaysia, Singapore, Thailand, Vietnam, you can use Indonesia QRIS to buy something in that in those countries. The government is promoting the use of QRIS by the Central Bank of Indonesia and domestic credit card as one of primary platform for digital payment, including for MSMEs. Moreover, protecting user privacy and data security is another critical governance consideration, as emphasized in the law number 27, 2022 on personal data security. It is essential to establish robust data protection regulation and implement cybersecurity measures to safeguard user information and maintain trust in digital services. The recent ransomware attacks on one of Indonesia banks, I believe we all know, serve as a reminder of the importance of cybersecurity. I believe this workshop will also focus on addressing these concerns. Transparent and accountable business practices are crucial in industry where trust and confidence are paramount. Adherence to ethical standards and regulatory framework is vital to foster trust and ensure responsible use of technology in the financial sector. In my mind, this as an ESG issue should also be discussed during the workshop. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, information technology has revolutionized the financial sector, presenting both opportunities and challenges. In Indonesia, we recognize the transformative potential of technology and are committed to harnessing its benefit for inclusive and sustainable economic growth. The government will continue to create an enabling environment for innovation, strengthen regulatory framework, and invest in digital infrastructure to ensure the stability and security of our financial system. By developing information technology in the financial sector, we ensure better financial inclusion, promote entrepreneurship, and drive economic prosperity for all Indonesians. Thank you once again to Pragma and YRC University for organizing this workshop, and to all distinguished participants for contributing to this workshop. Together, let us seize the opportunities for the digital age and build a future where technology empowers and uplifts every individual and community in Indonesia and globally. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good.
Thank you, Mr. Sudarto. Thank you for taking time to be here with us. And now, this time, I would like to call the keynote speaker, the first keynote speaker, Mr. Sudarto, to receive the placards. And kindly please, Ibu Santi, journalist from ERC Foundation, to pass on the placard. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please give applause once again to Mr. Sudarto. Ladies and gentlemen, before we come to the next keynote speaker, we will have a short cafe break. Our refreshment stalls are ready outside the room. Please note that the break is only 30 minutes. Okay, enjoy the snacks and your break. Thank you. In improving healthcare service and achieving the highest degree of public health in Indonesia. Without any further ado, please join me in welcoming Dr. Rudy Kurniawan.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Thank you very much for all participants. Good morning. And from the participant of Pragma, I may introduce the committee is introduced. My name is Rudy. I'm from the Ministry of Health. I'm from the Center for Data and Technology, Information Technology, Ministry of Health. So I want to, right now we discuss about how to use IT. I prepared the presentation. Maybe the committee can present my presentation. I want to talk about the role of IT in improving healthcare services and achieving the highest degree of public health in Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, we have so many challenges about health data and system in Indonesia. We have from the so many digital technology to start from the service efficiency, like we have so many primary healthcare, we have so many secondary healthcare, like hospital, and so pharmaceutical and medical devices, also about health resilience. And we have lack of the human capital, health, and also about health financing and health innovation of ecosystem and biotechnology. Right now, we have challenge how to make the biotechnology, especially in Indonesia. In the first time, we used the
biotechnology for the practice of the people. For the public, we want to make a precision medicine in the biotechnology. And also our challenge is we need the health technology transformation. I think I have a presentation. Belum ada? It's okay. Yeah, it's about 60 to 70. Oh, yes. Yeah, thank you. Okay, thank you. Yeah, next maybe. Next, please. Oh, it's this one. Oh, I think, yeah, thank you. Yeah. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, this is our challenge in health data and system. We have digital technology problem that disturb the service efficiency, like I mentioned before, and about primary healthcare, secondary healthcare, pharmaceutical and medical devices, health resiliencies, also health human capital, and also with the health financing, health innovation for ecosystem of health tech and biotechnology. And we have the urgency of health technology transformation, because right now the health center or hospital staff must input about 60 or 70 health information system daily. If you go to the primary healthcare or puskesmas in Indonesia, the healthcare center or hospital staff, they must input about 60 or 70 health information system every day, daily. And this is too many, and this is a burdening work for health workers. Also, we have 400 health information system that cannot integrate it at the center, at the central, like us from the Ministry of Health. Also, we have high costs about incurred by health facility due the manual management of EMR. We don't have, before this one, right now we don't have electronic medical record yet, but right now we try to build the EMR to efficient health worker work for the medication and also. So in this condition, the public cannot monitor personal health history, also health education that is not given personally, and personal health data is not integrated, and we has low interoperability and has implication for the redundancy or inefficiency in health administration, like I mentioned before. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our concept, how to digitizing health from the beginning of life. Like you know, but for the health, we have so many tasks, especially for the digitalization. We have from the baby health, from the baby growth, child health, also the mental for the teen, youth health, also for the healthcare and all. And this is our concept that we have maternal medical record analysis system, digital notification for the baby development, for the regarding allergy history and others. This is until we go to older and pre-elderly treatment, also the health consultation, and so many things that we won't have to for the digitizing health of the life. We have tasks from our minister. The first is about develop digital collaboration to overcome the COVID-19 pandemic. Also, the second is setting up team and regulation to support health transformation. And the third is building to a roadmap for digital health transformation in health sector. And this is our concept, how to develop digital collaboration, overcome COVID-19 pandemic. We develop a digital ecosystem for handling the COVID-19. We mentioned application or system, Peduli Lindungi. It's the collaborative platform for health workers, citizen, and government. And we interoperable this system with all for the vaccination, also for the treatment, to testing, to tracing, and all of the system, we make it interoperable. And this is our success story about Peduli Lindungi application. This is a technical experience, how to technology governance and supporting the COVID-19 pandemic handling. And we have so many features, and here we have digital tracing, electronic health alert record and mobility screening. We have COVID-19 testing, also vaccination, availability of bed for the hospital, the telemedicine. And we have so many users, and here more 102 million. In average, every day use 8 million. In the peak of the COVID-19 in Indonesia, we have this, included in the top 5 countries with the highest number of vaccination in the world, recorded vaccination coverage in this application also. And right now, we're transforming. Right now and yesterday, the pandemic era is over from the Indonesia, like our president mentioned about it's time to endemic phase for the COVID-19 in Indonesia since yesterday. And we transform Peduli Lindungi into, we mentioned, Satu Sehat Mobile. What is the Satu Sehat Mobile? Satu Sehat Mobile is developed as a personal health services application for the communication for the broader function, like medical record, health promotion, medication profile, health diary, hospital bed availability, early warning system, tracing and testing, that's the same. Also integrated telemedicine and personalized health education. This is our transforming from the Peduli Lindungi to the Satu Sehat Mobile. And every citizen in Indonesia who has a Peduli Lindungi application automatically go to the Satu Sehat Mobile if you open the this application right now. And this is our transforming from the Peduli Lindungi go to the Satu Sehat Mobile. How to accelerating the digital transformation of health in Indonesia? We know the crisis is the right time to make change, like other country, for the all audience in here. The pandemic COVID-19 is a time for us to make changes. First, the pandemic awakened the importance of health sector resilience. And the second, health system Indonesia is ready to transform, and collaboration is needed toward the healthy of Indonesia. So digital transformation acceleration becomes one of agenda of our national priority and importance after the COVID-19 pandemic. For our step, the first step is setting up team and regulation to support health transformation. We have Digital Transformation Office. What is the Digital Transformation Office? It's a team, dedicated team to accelerate health digital transformation and built by our minister. And this is the task of digital transformation. First is about how to make the service-based national health data integration. And the second is about build the reporting process efficiency to support data analysis and decision making. And the third is about health digital ecosystem collaboration, how to make the building the partnership and others. And the fourth is about increasing the digital capacity of health human resources. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our regulation to support the transformation of health technology. We have so many laws, so many regulation, and right now we will have the national regulation for the health sector with the concept of omnibus law. Yeah, right now Indonesia is trying to make a regulation or the health regulation, and we want to make integrated also. And this is to implement our regulation to implement the interoperability, also the technology to support the health facility, also the health services in Indonesia. This is our supporting regulation. Satu Sehat becomes a reference for accountability in combating corruption in Indonesia, integrated with BPJS claims right now with the organization to Corruption Watch, or we mention as KPK. Yeah, we collaborate with the Corruption Watch, and right now we have a supporting regulation, and Satu Sehat becomes of a reference for accountability for combating corruption in Indonesia. Also, we building a roadmap for digital transformation in health sector. We must have a roadmap. This is our blueprint of digital health transformation strategy to 2024. And you can download it at our website and the dto.kemkes.go.id. And this is currently preparing a blueprint for the period 2024 to 2029, but it's still ongoing process. And we have for our blueprint, the first, how to make integration and development of health data system. And the second is we want to make integration and development of healthcare application system. And the third, we want to make health technology ecosystem development. This is about Indonesia Health Transformation Roadmap. Our mission is integrate all health data, digitizing the healthcare services, and encourage the health ecosystem. Right now, in the year of 2023, we will implementation of AI-based health analysis system. Also, we implementation of integrated health facility information system, or we mentioned EMR, or we implementation this year with the regulatory sandbox. This is how to make implementation for the health sector, especially for the regulation is slower if you go with the technology. The technology is moving fast, and the regulation is, it's slower. And we have regulatory sandbox implementation from the Ministry of Health, like the Ministry of Finance that also have the regulatory sandbox in health sector in Indonesia. In this year, in last month, we started the regulatory sandbox implementation. And this is our next step in 2024. And this is Indonesia Health Transformation Roadmap. In Indonesia, right now we have a platform to develop an individual-based integrated digital health service platform. We mention it as Satu Sehat platform or Indonesia Health Services. This platform is used to digitalization and integration, and also for the service standardization, for to make the convenience and flexibility of digital health industry. And we want to make individual data-based health. Satu Sehat is health data interoperability platform. We built it as a platform to integrate or to make interoperability from the so many data sources in Indonesia, and we want to make it as utilized at the Satu Sehat mobile. If you right now is still ongoing process, we want to make in Satu Sehat mobile, we want to make about, we have personal health record, health promotion, also integration of the wearable device. Also, we built the dashboard from the Satu Sehat concept. And we try to make the standard, international standard for the Satu Sehat. We try to make ICD 10, not yet ICD 11, but we used also the ICD 9 CM from the medical procedure and action standard, LOING for the laboratory, radiology test and examination standard, DICOM for the health digital imaging, also SNOMED CT for the terminology of the disease. Satu Sehat standardization and management, we have master data. This master data is include the patient data, or we mention as master patient index, and we have also health facility data, health human resources data, and data on medical devices and medicine, like a dictionary for the medical devices and medicine, also for the financing data, for the services data. Also, we try to make the health tech transformation, and this is our progress and target. First, like I mentioned before, this is our data integration. With the data integration, the healthcare facilities, we hope that only need input data once and share various integrated data in Satu Sehat platform. Also, patients get health services that more comprehensive and interconnected with the result of integrated data in Satu Sehat. So data integration, we hope that can increase the efficiency and the quality of health services in Indonesia. This is our vision about the Satu Sehat platform. The next is about health transformation collaborative opportunity. We call the collaboration for the all stakeholder. To collaboration with the health transformation action in Indonesia, the Ministry of Health encourage collaboration to achieve the health transformation with the, we mentioned as a pentahelix. So we call for collaboration to about a knowledge or expertise collaboration, resource collaboration, also the implementation collaboration. So this is our strategy. And the last is collaboration is very important in order to accelerate the health transformation in Indonesia. So let's together we can build a stronger and healthier Indonesia. That's all. Maybe thank you for me, and this is end of my presentation. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank
Yeah, we invite some question. Maybe you have any question for Dr. Rudy? Pak Chandra? Okay.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Dr. Rudy, for your interesting and very insightful speech. You mentioned at the end of your presentation about collaboration, especially for pentahelix. It's very, very nice, very interesting concept. But I just want to know more details about how Ministry of Health, especially DTO, Digital Transformation Office, support and facilitate innovation in university, in hospital, and also in research center. Because we know that hospital is full of domain experts, medical staff, they have problem, they have data sets. And in the other hand, university and also research center has state-of-the-art expertise, they have innovative ideas, and it's worked very well, collaboration between hospital and universities. We have developed some products, develop our research, even launching our product. So I just want to know more details about how Ministry of Health and also DTO facilitate support to make this kind of collaboration, research output more scalable, more applicable to the massive patient, etc. Thank you.
Thank you. I can answer the question. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. About pentahelix, yeah, that's right. Right now, we want to make the collaboration with all of our stakeholder, health stakeholder, like the people in here, you also. We want to make, with the university, as a sample, we make integrated system. So the integrated system with the Satu Sehat platform, you can use it as for the research also. Also, we right now make integrated system from the side of the biotechnology. We try to make integrated, like still ongoing process right now. And also you can use it. Also, you can use it and you can send letter to our minister to maybe you want to make a research or development about biotechnology, you can use it. Also, you can use it if you want to make about data, individual data. Right now, we try to make individual data for all the Indonesian people. So you can have a letter to our minister. Also, for the inventory or for the innovation of health, we have we mentioned as a sprint accelerator. We have even to make we mentioned about competition about technology, especially in the health technology, and we make it in so many several city, and we make it, and we have innovator, and we make it as our asset to innovation of the health technology in Indonesia. And this is Minister of Health try to make develop this community Also, we have a regulation how to the technology, the new technology. There are no law or there are no registration regulation in Indonesia. You can use a regulatory sandbox. This is our concept to how to make development of the collaboration with all of the stakeholders. I think that. Thank you.
Is there any other question? Okay, I think that's enough ya Pak Chandra ya. Okay, thank you Pak Chandra. Thank you Pak Dr. Rudi.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Rudy. May you stay in here because we need to receive placard. Okay, this time I would like to call Bapak Profesor Jurnalis Udin, the founder of PRC Foundation, to pass on the placards. Please give applause once again to Mr. Rudy Kurniawan. Okay, thank you once again to Dr. Rudy Kurniawan for your insightful. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now moving forward, we have an exciting overview and update on Pragma from our co-chair, the one and only Mrs. Safa Smalin. Please join me in welcoming Mrs. Safa Smalin. Please present the slide.
All right. Well, thank you so much. Thank you. So I would like to also extend my gratitude to Yarsi, particularly Shri, Umi, and Resti for hosting us here at Pragma, and to the leadership team here at Yarsi, the founder as well. I really appreciate being here. As mentioned earlier, this is the first official Pragma meeting since COVID-19. The last meeting was in San Diego that I hosted back in September 2019. And 2019 feels like a long time ago. A lot has happened. But I think the power of the Pragma collaboration is that, you know, once we have so much history together, we're friends, as soon as we get together, it feels like no time has passed. Like we were just together yesterday, you know? So yeah, I really appreciate everyone for coming. I think there was one individual in particular who traveled 40 hours to get here. So we really appreciate his hardiness for being here. So then again, thank you everyone for coming. So in this talk, I wanted to provide an overview of Pragma to those who may be new to the project, and then talk about some updates that have happened since our last meeting, and then speak a little bit about how we move forward with Pragma in the future. So, perfect. All right, so Pragma was founded back in 2002 by Peter Arsberger and Phil Papadopoulos. So that was now over 20 years ago. So that's quite an amazing history. And it was founded on the belief that science was inherently international and required collaboration. And while we focused on enabling cyber infrastructure, which at the time was grid technologies, it was understood that technology is just one dimension. People and trust are equally important components of collaboration. And so over the years, these trust that we've built among the Pragma partners has enabled sharing and exchanging of data, exchanging resource with one another, algorithms, tools. A lot of it has been accomplished with our collaboration. Pragma was also founded on the belief that technology trends change over time. And while at the time, we started, it was grid technologies. We then migrated to cloud technologies, then to AI, and then edge and IoT computing. And keeping up with all of these technology trends, is challenging for us who work on the cyber technology side, but it's even more overwhelming for small groups or labs that are based on science and don't have necessarily the resources to keep up with all the latest tools. So one of the tenets of Pragma has been to develop this, what we call expedition model, is where we team a cyber technology expert with a domain scientist who has an international need and engage them in a long-term effort where they can work together with one another and figure out how to integrate emerging technologies into the research and hopefully, help move them forward and help them address any questions that they are trying to move forward. So as I mentioned, we are Pacific Rim organization. This is a map of some of our Pragma sites. So we've got us from the US side, we've got Indonesia, we've got Malaysia, Thailand, Japan, Taiwan. So we are very Pacific Rim focused organization, but not exclusively a Pacific Rim. And we are an open organization, which means that each institution participates using their own institute funding. And they participate because they see value in the collaboration of Pragma. So we call this an open community of practice. And where we collaborate is on this engagement of cyber technology with international science communities, or what we call the long tail of science. So over the years, we've developed a model for collaboration, which facilitates our organization. And so there's four core principles. There's Pragma itself as an organization. So this is how we build the people and the trust framework. And I'll talk a little bit more about how we are structured as an organization in the next slide. Then we have our scientific expeditions, or these long-term engagements where we team cyber technology experts with domain scientists who have an international focus. And then we have our testbed infrastructure, which right now is primarily just an IoT testbed. And we also have, among our partners, some access to some AI resources. And I'll talk about one of those a little bit later more today. And then we have our very important student program that Tim very elegantly spoke about earlier this morning. And so this is where we kind of bring in new ideas and enthusiasm into the project. And hopefully, in return, the students get a nice supportive experience working with the Pragma community and valuable experience working with collaborators. So I'll talk about a little bit more depth of each of these concepts in the following slides. Starting first with Pragma itself as an organization. So we are a multi-institute collaborative leadership team. We have 23 steering committee members from 12 different institutes. And then we have two co-chairs, which at the moment is one, but we are working on it too. So I'm one of the co-chairs, and Shinji Shimojo is recently retired from Osaka University. So we are actively searching for a new co-chair, which will be one of the topics of our steering committee meeting tomorrow. And then we have four defined leadership roles. We have communications, which is led by Haru from Universitas in Indonesia. We have a membership, which is led by Fang Pang Lin from NCHC. He has a co-chair who was Ruth Lee from KISTI, but has recently stepped down and recommended Kumuan Cho to replace her. And then under mentoring, we have Jason from AIST and Nan from Thammasat University. And then workshop engagement, we have Ichikawa-san, who I would like to thank for all of his work in helping to organize this workshop. And all of these roles are defined in our operating principles and procedures that you can find on our website. And then we have working groups. So this is kind of where all of the work gets organized. And we usually during these workshops, we review what work we've done, and then we come up with action items for the next time we meet. And so we have on our agenda an item to look at how we want to move forward with our working groups, because there have definitely been some staleness in them, and we were looking at how we can revitalize this going forward. And then we have our self-organized student committee, which is led by Tem right now. So moving on to the second component of our model, we have the scientific expeditions. And this is the expeditions that we were working on before COVID hit. Two of them were related to climate change. We had one in lake ecology, which looked at the quality of water in lakes. And then biodiversity, which looked at the populations of species and how those are affected by climate change. And then we had a more computer science focused expedition that was in a network testbed. And this one has since been retired, but we did result in a lot of good publications. So it was a very successful expedition that we came forward. So I'm just going to go into speak a little bit more about the lake ecology expedition, because I think it's a really great example of how this expedition model can work. So what the lake expedition model was studying was what they call eutrophication, which is when there's an excess of nutrients that comes into the lakes from runoff from the land. And that causes an excessive growth of algae, which then degrades the quality of water in a lake. And here we're working with two lake ecologists, Paul Hansen and Kaylin Carey from the GLEON network. And this is an international collaboration. And you can see a picture of them on the lower right of the slide. And they're pictured there with their cyber technology expert from University of Florida, Renato Figueiredo. And what Paul and Kaylin were working on is essentially they have sensors that are installed at the lake, collecting data about the air quality and the water quality. And then based on the data that they collect, they run projections to predict how the water quality will change over time. So to enable this infrastructure, there are three main components that they developed. First was the sensor gateways, which were small, little, robust machines that would collect data from the sensors and then upload it to a centralized server using a cellular connection. Then they had a software tool called IPOP, which provided a virtual private network to make the data sent securely over that cellular connection. And then the third component was a distributed computing environment that they call Grappler. And essentially, from the lake ecologist's point of view, they are interacting and able to run models using a familiar R interface. But then on the back end, those computations would be distributed to multiple clusters using a high-throughput computing tool called HT Condor. And then educational modules were developed to teach these tools to be used in the classroom. And you can see a picture of Kaylin in the upper right corner of the screen teaching the Grappler tool to her students at Virginia Tech. And so this is a really nice, I think, all-around long-term collaboration that's still going on today. When I was looking up the Glion website, I saw that they as well have an in-person meeting starting on Saturday in Poland. And I know Renato is currently working with the team looking at how to integrate functions as a service technologies into the ecological forecasting. And so this is a really nice example of the type of work that can happen with that teaming of cyber technology experts with domain scientists. So moving on to our infrastructure, there have been some updates. So we used to have what we call the Pragma Cloud testbed. We did have to retire that during the pandemic. A large portion of that hardware was hosted at SDSC, and eventually the hardware aged out. And SDSC asked me, they were running out of space in the machine room, and asked, can you remove your equipment? And I said, oh, okay, I'll remove it. But I am working on a new project called CloudBank, which I'll talk about a little bit more later today. And I think that potentially could replace some of that functionality if there's interest. And so we can talk a little bit more throughout the workshop about this. I'd be very happy to speak more about that. And then, as I mentioned, there is an edge computing testbed led by Ichikawa-san and Renato Figueredo. And so these are Raspberry Pi devices that are spread across University of Florida, NIST, and then Thomas Hart University. And I believe Ichikawa-san will be speaking a little bit more about that later today. And then through our partners in Pragma, there's different AI resources that potentially could be available to researchers. AIST has the ABCI resource. NCHC has the Taiwaniad 2 and 3 resources. And then at SCSC, we have the Voyager resource, which I'll talk a little bit more about as well later today. And then we have our student program. So again, thank you to Tim for all his work in organizing the student presentations yesterday, as well as the lightning talks and posters today. We could not do this without the support of our students. And so we really appreciate Tim taking the time to do this when he's so close to graduating. So thank you again, Tim. And the other main component of Pragma has been the student mentoring and exchanges that we've had over the years. So the first program was the Prime program, which was at UCSD. And so essentially we sent over 200 students to our Pragma partners over the years from 2004 to 2015. Australia also had a similar exchange program from Monash University and then University of Queensland, where David Abramson is at. AIST as well has hosted a lot of students. Thomas Hart University has sent a good number of undergraduate students to AIST, UCSD, and they're wonderful, wonderful students. And then Chungnam University in South Korea has also sent out students. So when we met the steering committee in person at supercomputing last year, student exchanges were one of the things that people were most interested in restarting in Pragma. And I think, you know, there's just so much value in being in a lab and absorbing the culture that's there and getting feedback from collaborators. So we're really looking forward to seeing how we can move this forward through the years. Okay, so that's the quick overview of Pragma. So now I want to provide some updates since our last meeting. So I first off would like to send a very big thank you to Hong Kong University, to Lillian and Kwan who were set to host Pragma 38. And then we had to cancel in February due to the COVID spread. And I was very personally disappointed because I've never been to Hong Kong, and I was really looking forward to enjoying the food and all the good environment there. But on the other hand, I know it was very wise that we canceled. You know, in March, the risk, or February was, the risk of COVID was just too high. And then in March is when a lot of the countries started to shut down. And so, you know, people would have been stranded. It was definitely the right call at the time. But, you know, Lillian and Kwan went through all the work to organize the workshop. That didn't go away. And so I really would like to send a big thank you to Lillian and Kwan for all their work. And if you don't mind, she's on the face. Thank you. So then, moving forward, in 2021, we did start a Reconnect symposium. And so these were 3-hour seminars that we tried to spread out over the course of several months. And so between, I think, 3 weeks or so, we try to have a new symposium. And so we would invite 2 speakers to speak about their research, and then try to revitalize some topics for how we can collaborate. So we were very happy that David Abramson spoke about the data infrastructure, the Medici work. Renato Figueredo talked about his Edge VPN technologies that he's been developing. Then in June, we had Nurul and Shri speak about USM and YARC. And then in June, Jason gave a talk about the new Digital Architecture Research Center, where he's now at. Puchang also spoke about the Thailand's AI strategic plan. And then in July, we had 2 networking related talks from Jim Chen and Edward Moynihan from Indiana University. And then in August, Wei Chang gave a talk about federated learning, and I think he'll also be speaking remotely later today. Ichikawa-san gave a talk about edge machine learning. And then we finished up with a talk from Jason and Nan about the visualization work that they have been working on. And so this was a nice way to kind of keep in touch with each other. 2021, was just trying to kind of keep things going. Later in 2021, there was a in-person workshop with our related organization, Centra, that was hosted in Portugal. And I heard it was a smaller gathering, but very nice. And I would have liked to have been there, but I didn't get a chance to go. And then SCIP was hosted virtually. This is the series that Fang Pang hosts. And so this was a nice way to, again, just kind of reconnect with one another. And then in 2022, the things, didn't meet as frequently. I think people were started to get a little bit burned out from Zoom. But then things started to open up, and our first opportunity to meet in person was at the Supercomputing Conference last year, which was held in Dallas. And there were several universities who were there: AIST, NAIST, University of Florida, NCHC, Osaka, and SDSC. So this gave us an opportunity to get together and just talk about, where we could potentially pick up and revitalize our collaboration, and then talk about what things people were missing, like what do we miss about not getting together. And so the 2 topics of interest were data, edge IoT. And then what people were missing, again, were the student exchanges and the access to resources. And so these are something we can kind of continue the discussion as we move forward in the workshop. And then Fang Pang hosted the SEIP in person in December last year. And this was a really great workshop. There was some really great application talks from folks like Yanni and Wei Ping and Jose gave a talk on IDIC Bio. Shimoji Sensei gave a talk on the Society 5.0. So there was a lot of really good applications discussed. There were also a mix of technology talks as well. Beth was talking about knowledge networks. I gave a talk about the Cloudbank project, which I'll also be talking about later today. There is some really good green HPC center talks. We got to visit the Taiwania 3 resource facility in Taichung. So it was a really nice workshop, a really good, small but really powerful way to kind of get together. And then coming up, we do have a Centra 6 workshop that is going to be hosted in September later this year. And after I speak, I'm going to invite Jose up to give you a little bit more information about this workshop, which will be held in Indiana in the US. So right now, next, I have a series of updates. I sent an email out to the team and asked, if anybody would like to share any updates that highlights that they wanted to provide. And one of the first early ones was in 2021, where David Abramson, who's from the University of Queensland, was awarded the prestigious Ken Kennedy Award for his work in all technology, as well as all of the student mentoring work that he's done. So that was a big deal. So congrats to David. 2021 was also a sad year because we did lose one of our Pragma members, Pichang from Kazakhstan University. And when I was going through our discussion list, I picked this one quote from Phil that I really liked, because I as well, whenever I saw Puchang, he was such a happy guy. You could not be unhappy around him. And I really like the way that Phil phrased this. And I think, everybody misses him. And yeah, I think he was such a valuable member to the Pragma community. So we miss you, Puchang. There was, on the other side, we did some better news. There was Arun Agarwal from University of Hyderabad, retired in June of 2022. The Pragma 9 was hosted in Hyderabad back in 2005. So I think a lot of members were very happy to hear that he was able to retire, and it's very, very good news. And then as far as AIST, there's definitely been some updates there. So Sakaguchi-san, who many of you know, has since retired and is now leading Industry Government Institute in Japan. And so Yoshio has stepped in as the AIST Director General and is the Department of Information Technology and Human Factors. And then our Jason, as I mentioned, is now our Chief Senior Research Scientist with the Digital Architecture Research Center. So some again, good news for that. Our friends at NCHC, we have our Pang Lin, who is now one of the Deputy Director Generals at NCHC, along with Stephen Shao, who I think many of you know as well. And they work with Dr. Chang, who is now the Director General of NCHC. So that's, again, really, really good news to hear. And then Beth, who's at Indiana University, was recently named the director of the Pervasive Technology Institute at IU. That's one of the big IT centers at Indiana University, and previously had been serving at NSF for several years. So this was, again, really, really good news to see. And then Habiba, as well, became the Deputy Vice Chancellor of Research and Innovation at USM. So big congrats to Habiba. And our beloved Kwan, he has also retired after 49 years at HKU. It's amazing. And he reported that he has now joined the Beijing Hong Kong Academic Exchange Center. And so giving an opportunity to share his expertise with researchers in the areas of HPC, AI, medical computing, and big data analytics. So we miss Kwan. Hopefully we can see him again sometime soon. And then I would like to, yes, say a shout out to Shimojo Sensei, who has recently retired from Osaka University at the end of March 2023. So he has been the director of the Cyber Media Center. It's been part of Pragma since the very beginning. And he has many, many accomplishments, but within Pragma, he was led the telescience working group for many years and then was helping me out as the co-chair of the Pragma steering committee. And so, as many of you know, Terry took many, many photos of Pragma members over the years. And I found this one from 2006, which it looks like Shimoda Sensei was just about to give a demo. He's got all the equipment and he's got this very long Ethernet cord. And I just love this photo. So I apologize for sharing this. And then I was also at SC Asia in February, and Shimoda Sensei was honored with a Distinguished Service Award. And so this was him accepting it. And so I'd really just like to extend a big thank you to Shimoja Sensei for all of his years of service. And he is now moving on to Amori University, so we wish him all the luck there. And I encourage him to be like Peter, which is not to leave Pragma, still be with us and share his wisdom. But if you wouldn't mind, a real round of thank you for Shimoja Sensei. And then speaking of Peter, he also wanted to share some updates that he is now working with the University of Texas Portugal program as the chair of the External Review Committee there. And as some of you may know that he's also working now as an author of fictional, historical fiction books. So new career there. They sent along, him and Bill recently traveled to Taiwan where they're visiting Fang and attending the CPS workshop and the annual U.S.-Taiwan meeting. And so you can see him pictured there with Fang Pang. Everybody's, happy to be together. And then Wei Feng, who also retired, but a long time Pragma contributor there as well. So I love this picture. Bill is also wanted to extend his hello to everyone and wishes for a good meeting. And yeah, it's really, really great. And then Peter also wanted to send along some words. So when he was there in Taiwan, he wanted to, emphasize how much the power kind of the Pragma collaboration has been, over the 2 years, that we are still, together. We still have those bonds that we've established over the years. And as we began to get together in person, those bonds will just get strengthened even more. And he also wanted to convey that, as we're here at the Pragma 39 workshop, we have an opportunity to contribute our ideas, our expertise with one another, and then also think about what actions that we can take to rekindle our collaboration with one another, because we are a unique organization, and we have so much, I think, talent here that we can develop. So with that, I would like to then kind of speak a little bit more about our future. So one of the things, again, Peter, I appreciate how such a good communication he is. And so one of the things that he recommended for the steering committee members, but I think this is, just for everybody, is as you're here at the workshop listening to everybody and having discussions with folks, think about, one thing that you can do to move the Pragma collaboration forward, and it just means, some new idea or working with a new collaborator, and then, share that idea with somebody else, and that may help them prompt to think about what they can do as well. And, small steps can lead to other small steps. And this was something that Phil always would emphasize too, is, just what is one thing that we can do between now and the next time that we meet? These little steps add up as we kind of move forward. And then we have the opportunity to kind of share our progress with one another. The other, as you're thinking about what it is that you might want to contribute as your action, think about what type of qualifier you might want to add to that. So these are just some examples that Peter gave. Is it a visible action? Is it something others will be able to see and leverage as well? Is it tangible? Is it meaningful? And who will it benefit? So I think just kind of think about, there may be more adjectives or qualifiers that we can add to this, but just something to kind of keep in mind as we work throughout the workshop. So as far as how we move forward as an organization, I think there's two areas that we can discuss. One is our working groups, which is how we traditionally have organized our collaborative activities. So the working groups were responsible for reviewing our progress and then setting new goals before the next meeting. And we would meet twice a year, so it was a good opportunity to continually review and set goals. And I think there's definitely a power to having these regular check-ins. Having deadlines are very beneficial. I know sometimes you can tend to get working in your own projects and priorities change, but then when you realize you're going to be going in a month and you haven't done anything yet, it motivates you to start up that work. And so I think as we talk about how we can collaborate moving forward, the key will be how do we kind of generate these regular check-ins and accountability with one another. So the working groups has definitely been a topic for past Pragma meetings, even before the pandemic. And we had essentially three working groups at Pragma 37. So we had a resources and data working group, which was combined with the cyber learning. We had a telescience working group and then a bioscience working group. And the comments were that the resources working group was too large. There were too many people there. It was kind of a little bit hard to coalesce the work. The second feedback was that the telescience was kind of an old name and it should be renamed to something that's more modern. And then the bioscience working group was not consistently well attended, so it was difficult to make progress. And then the cyber learning group at the time was very small, so it did merge with the resources and data working group. And so that was kind of where we started, and we were thinking about how do we move forward with these working groups so they're more relevant to the work that was going on. And this is now really small, I realize, but before Pragma, there was a proposal between the FAR leadership to rename some of the working groups. And you can see there on the left, some proposal. But then when we got together at Pragma 37, the consensus was maybe this was too much. Maybe we should simplify to maybe two working groups. So what was proposed was maybe an applications of data working group and then a testbed working group. And so these are some things we can kind of keep in mind as we are moving forward and thinking about how to restructure the Pragma collaboration. And we don't have to decide anything definitive at this point. We could leave things as is and just really focus on what are the one things, that we want to do. And then, find a way to make ourselves accountable and help make sure that we do move things forward. We can rename things, we can modify the groups, add, delete, however we'd like to do. But I think the key thing is again, how do we drive forward progress? And as I know personally, deadlines can be very helpful. So, that I think that's, one things that we can look at. Which leads us to the next topic of workshops. So we have traditionally met twice a year. One thing as we start revitalizing the Pragma workshops, we could think about meeting once a year, but then leverage other workshops that we regularly attend to kind of help meet those working groups, drive forward the progress. So there's the Central 6 workshop, there's the SEIP workshop, there's supercomputing in the US and then in Asia that we could also think about. I know a large part, not everybody attends these meetings, but even if just 5 or 10 people go. It's still a good opportunity to get together. And right now we do not have a candidate for the next Pragma meeting. So again, some things for us to think about is anybody capable of hosting a Pragma workshop in 2024. So all things that we can continue to discuss. So as far as the steering committee meeting, the agenda that I have right now is that we do have some membership updates to discuss. There's the co-chair nominations as we look for a replacement for Shimojo Sensei. And then there's the structure of the working groups and the workshops that we can discuss further. And there will be a steering committee member meeting tomorrow at lunch. And Shri also let me know that there will be a way for remote members to dial in as well and to attend that meeting. So with that, I again would like to thank our ERC hosts for their excellent organization. So thank you again. And thank you to Ishikawa-san for all of his efforts as well in making this happen. Really appreciate being here. And I did want to remind folks that we do have a GitHub repo. So if you have a tool that you would like to share with the community, just let me know. I can create GitHub repos for people. Our website is a little bit out of date, but it's there. I think as we start revitalizing the Pragma collaboration, we can keep that up to date and get that moving again. And there is a discussion group where relevant information is shared. So if you're not on the discussion group, please join. It's a good way to kind of stay in touch with the community. So with that, I would like to invite Jose up to speak a little bit more about the Centra 6 workshop.
Thank you, Shava. My name is Jose Fortes. I would like to start by echoing Shava's thanks to the University ERC and my colleagues at Pragma who organized this fantastic event. So Centra is a spin-off from Pragma. So it is an opportunity for Pragma people to come together. So I'm speaking on behalf of Beth Plale. Shava showed a picture of Beth. She cannot be here, but she's the person who's chairing Centra 6 in Indianapolis. And she asked me to present some of these slides so that you have a sense for what's going to happen and so that you can start making plans to attend. So Centra 6 is going to be in Indianapolis in September, 12th, 15th. Okay, oops. So Indianapolis is in Indiana. Indiana is in the center of the US. It's in the Midwest. It's a very nice place. The theme is AI and Edge Cloud HPC Continuum, so a very relevant theme for Pragma. And the plan is to have a workshop focused on this theme with papers being presented. So the format is a little different from Pragma. It's a mix of the Pragma type of workshop with a conventional conference. The papers are relatively short. They could be groundbreaking results, early results. The plan is to publish them initially as a collection on a preprint server and later evolve those papers into a form that can be published in a special issue. Planning is ongoing. There's an effort to restart the Centra activities just like that is for Pragma. And the way to do this is by bringing fresh blood in the form of invited talks and create an environment where new ideas can emerge and new partnerships can be formed. The event, as it is the case for many Pragma meetings and Centra meetings, has a social and cultural component. In Indianapolis, there's a museum, the Eitel York Museum, that covers American history. And it's quite interesting because it speaks of the original peoples of the Americas as well as recent history. The program committee is led by Beth Plale and Julie Wernett. The program committee includes some names you know and some names that are new in the center community. And if there's an interest in joining, the program committee is still in the process of being formed. So please use that email that you see on the screen to volunteer. The event is going to take place at a university called IUPUI, which has just been renamed Indiana University Indianapolis campus. It's right in the middle, right in downtown Indianapolis. It's quite a nice campus, and it's within distance of certain points of interest. So you get to visit those if you attend the meeting. The accommodations have been arranged. The special rate is available. You can already go to the website and see all of this information. You only have to search on Google for Global Centra, a single word, Global Centra, and it will get you to all the information. So there it is, the website. For those of you who are not US citizens, you know there's a visa that needs to be obtained. Nowadays, everything seems to be taking longer than it should. So the advice here is, if you plan to go, get this process going, because it could take some time. So I think that's all Beth wanted me to convey. She's sorry that she can't be here. She sends her regards. She sends her invitation for everyone to attend. And she looks forward to seeing you again after all these years, just like I'm very happy to be here and see you all again. So that's, and I know we have lunch, so I'm going to go away and you know, stop preventing you from going to lunch. Thanks, Shava, for the opportunity.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Safa Smalin and Mr. Joseph Fortes. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, before moving to the next session, I would like to acknowledge that this event is a collaborative effort between Universitas YRC, University of Indonesia, and State Electricity Enterprise, or PT PLN. Thank you so much for your interest and cooperation. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for lunch. We will pause our program for this break. And please note that our session will restart at 1 o'clock. After lunch, you can proceed to come back to this room. Okay? Have a nice break.
Lunch, traditional Indonesian greeting. So let me start the afternoon session. So this session is a group discussion and presentations from the many other participants. So as Shava mentioned in the morning session, so we are considering to reorganize the working groups in Pragma community. So to discuss the reorganization of working groups, we want to hear about the latest updates from many participants. So this session is basically, we have the lightning talks from the many presenters. So today we have the 9 presenters from the Pragma members. And then we just have the 10 minutes for each person. And then briefly, we want to have them briefly introduce their latest research and updates and then possibility of collaborations. And then, yeah, after that, maybe we can discuss about how we can reorganize or how we change the structure. Okay, so anyway, let's start. So the first presenter is from KIST. Originally, so Kun Wong Cho will plan to make a presentation, but he had another appointment, and then so today, so Fu Chu Lee from KIST giving a presentation on behalf of him. Lee, could you share your screen?
Sure, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ho Cho Lee, and please understand that I'm here on behalf of Dr. Cho. I'm the presenter today about the introduction to open access platform development. I'm also participating in this project starting last December. I guess the presentation will last for about 7 to 8 minutes. Before we start, I apologize for my poor speaking skills, but I'll try my hard and let's begin. It's not turning, yeah. So let's say, do you remember when COVID-19 first started 3 years ago? Like when COVID-19 broke out in Korea, the frontline elementary schools were not able to find directions on what to do. And the government announced them to take online classes, but it was not prepared on the front line. So but for now, online classes are natural, and many people started to using like a Zoom and other applications, and then people started to looking for better online tools like extra applications, and many people wanted to exchange data and use high quality collaboration environments. And so the market in extra environments shows that they grew rapidly due to these effects, and it is expected to exceed like $100 trillion. Sorry, it's $1 trillion by 2030, and among them, 47% are in the medical and industrial educational markets. As a result, you can see the changes everywhere. And these changes became needs. The need I'm talking about here is needs in various fields, not only on the game. There are limitations of current technologies like network bandwidth and etc. So which naturally leads to the lack of co-presence between participants. Also, there are few contents and only few services. Also in Korea, in the XR field, the game industry mainly occupies the majority. It is also reported that most of the industries are small companies. We believe that these are the significant signs that tell us to develop high quality, open, and also interactive XR platform technologies. So NST in Korea announced the task or program to solve these problems. The major target is to improve the co-presence in non-face-to-face in XR environment. And there are 3 sections. This is what we defined. And there are open platform. And the second one is high quality immersion. And the last one is social co-presence. For the first one, we are toward building a microservice architecture as a multi-tenant platform to provide various targets in the various field. And for the second one, the high quality immersion, visual, auditory, and tactile interaction technologies. For example, we have this core technology, which is powered by our AM model MSP8. This can instantly create the room outline with a smart speaker. And this smart speaker literally can make a say an outline of the room, or you can say scene. And the last one is social co-presence. We are focusing on very high quality avatar, including expressions of emotions and behaviors. And also, which I mentioned could be on our extra services, maybe by our authoring tools. This slide can tell you about our team. There are about 70 researchers or students participating in this project. The project title is Open Extra Platform Development. Dr. Cho is our PI, and the funding agency is NST. It's a National Research Council, and they manages all government-funded science and technology institutes. The budget is about $41 million over 6 years. We have 5 teams. As you can see, there are platform development and authoring tool, and we are making a partnership with KAIST, and 2 other agencies are joining our project, and they are in charge of construction buildings and silver healthcare. And we also have 1 research partner and 11 industry partners, and we have 5 overseas collaboration partners. We have these Avengers. Okay, we have these Avengers, and to achieve 1 goal, we are trying to develop high quality and immersive XR platform. And we believe this platform will enrich XR ecosystem and will be the base project of K XR platform. And this is the brief about our project. Maybe this is the best example. On the next slide, we can see our vision on 2023. Sorry, vision on 2027. All right. Is it playing? Sorry, the video is in Korean. And you can see the wind data when you are editing. Yeah.
Yeah, we can see the video, but there are no sound.
But there's no sound. Okay. Maybe I have to brief listening. Okay.
Yeah, could you explain?
Actually, there is only background sound, so there's no harm. But so it says, we are trying to make 100 people is concurrently in a meeting room, and we are trying to make a video dorm to say immersive experience. And this is maybe for the educational thing, and this video is showing that extra collaboration space, and yeah, and these 2 are on a different location, but they are also can collaborating. and outside or the east side. But this can be done right away because there is like resource issues and network bandwidth issues, and yeah. And for the last, there's we are trying to make human-based XR system. This can synchronize your biomedical status. These scenarios are um, we are pursuing on them in 2027. Okay. So thank you for your attention, and it is an honor to invite us. And I know it is a shame that Dr. Cho couldn't be here. He's got this important meeting. Please understand that. And thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from audience? Okay, so could you bring the camera?
Thank you for the presentation, very interesting. I have a question. Who are you working with from the University of Florida?
Okay, that's a very good question. Uh, maybe Dr. Cho was urgent to speaking behalf of him. So I never told about that one, but maybe you could be the participants. So
No. Is it Dr. Hyo Kang?
I'm not sure.
Okay. All right, that's okay. If you find out, please send me email.
Yeah. Can I have your name, please?
Oh, sorry, Jose Fortes. Fortes.
Joseph.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other question? So if we think about the collaboration with other Pragma members, so what kind of things we can collaborate with your organization?
As a part of a researcher, I'm not sure about Dr. Cho is thinking about, but we are thinking that HMD is not is also part of one kind of embedded system, though. So this one is like in the computing power. So I guess the trend is that they have these days HMDs, including Vision Pros, they are trying to have their own station, which is we could inflate as an edge computing. So like we could we could have some research on edge computing and cloud computing also, but yeah, I guess that's it. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, thank you very much. Any other questions or comments? No? Okay, thank you very much, Professor Lee.
Thank you.
So next presenter is Wei Chung from NCHC. Wei Chung, could you share your screen?
So, let me see. Okay, I try to put into the slideshow mode. So does it look okay?
Yeah, okay, I think,
Okay.
yeah, it's on
Oh.
now.
Okay.
Could you open your file?
Hold on a second. I'll remove that sound. It's horrible. Should mute it. Okay. So the topic today is toward the zero emission. Okay. First, I would like to say that
Can you
we are not that.
can you open your presentation on the screen where you share?
Oh, okay.
I think.
How about now?
Presentation maybe.
Can you see it now?
No, presentation maybe
No?
the presentation maybe on other screen. I think on other display. I think. Could you move the window to the?
Okay, let me try it again.
Oh, what?
No. Okay. Can you see it now? No?
We see your Zoom window.
Huh.
So maybe your
Okay.
presentation. Let me open.
That would be much easier, right?
Okay.
Yeah, instead of taking the time.
Could you share my screen? Can I share my screen? Can I share my screen because I have the screen? Okay, wait.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So let me start again. Hi, everyone. Sorry I cannot be there in Jakarta. I think the weather is hot, right? And here also very hot and humid. Anyway, so I try to get the slides done within a matter of 5 or 6 minutes. So I give it a title as the efforts toward the zero emission, okay? And from that work, okay, I have to say that we are not the largest power consumer in Taiwan, but still we need to do something to help. Okay, so first, the first slide you can see is the service architecture, NCHC. So from the very bottom, the green one, you can see we have lots of supercomputers, storage, whatever. So this kind of infrastructure consumes lots of electricity. So in order to and also, in order to meet the requirement of zero emission, every part of the country should try to contribute something, right? And also, because of the inflation, the price of using electricity power is getting higher and higher, and that hurts a lot on our budget. So our director is thinking about what can we do to cut down the power bill. Okay, please go to the next slide. So this is the adventure what we call the power saving attempts. Basically, we try to hold on for two concepts. First thing is try to use the power consumption, use electricity power more effectively. And also, we'll try to utilize the computing facility instead of having a computer sitting around without any job to run and just consume the power. So there are three tasks we try to work on. First is power usage effectiveness, the PUE improvement. The second one is try to do the server hibernation, which is that should be a standard technique in hardware. And also we try to optimize the job queue configuration. So I will go through one by one of this, and hopefully we can find something we can collaborate with. Okay, please next slide. okay, about a couple of years ago, we have an AIoT platform built in NCHC, and the first application we use is try to monitor our machine room and all the factors inside the machine room, including temperature, power consumption, humidity, whatever, everything, okay? So we decided to drag this kind of data out of the system and try to make sense out of it. Next slide, please. So this is the beginning of the PUE improvement. Next slide. And the things I have mentioned, in order to have a better power consumption for a new machine room and new supercomputers, we should have different approaches. For example, we might need to look into the direct liquid cooling, which will save lots of energy. But how about legacy machine room? Quote legacy machine room, which means this machine room are very old, and this kind of technology used will be like 10, 20, or even 30 years ago. So in this kind of environment, we have lots of infrastructure and components which will consume the power, like chillers or all the environment things. And we have all this data collected. So we want to try to use this to see what we can improve to improve the PUE. Next slide, please. And this is our infrastructure for the machine room, and just post here for you to see what kind of hardware component we are dealing with. Next slide. So out of all those components, we pull all the data from those data we collected on the AIoT platform. And this slide and next one are here to show you what kind of data we are dealing with. So just for the sake of completeness, and you can look into, if you like to, what kind of data we are pulling out of it. Okay, next slide. And also jump to the next slide, please. And this is how the data look like. All right, this is the data. For example, the very top one is external temperature, means the temperature outside the building, right? And the next one, like water temperature of the chiller, and also the chiller temperature out of chiller, and also water feeding the chiller. They have different temperature. And next slide. And if we do the different kind of sampling rate, we might have different kind of time series data here. As you can see from the lower part of this chart, the orange and blue, they are basically different different frequency of sampling rate, right? So this is the data we're dealing with, and actually we need to clean up lots of data massing in there. So we need to stitch the data. We need to cut down and replicate the data, everything. So before we can do anything about it, the data, we need to clean up first. The next slide, please. So after cleaning the data, we tried 5 ways of trying to build up a machine learning model for it, all right? So the purpose, once we build a machine model, we can predict the power consumption, then we try to optimize it. So out of these 5 methods, we come up with the fourth one, the random forest and the XGBoost. This seems to provide the best performance out of all this method we tried. Next slide, please. So here you can see that the orange one is the prediction, I believe, and blue one is the real data. So you can see the R2 score is approaching 0.94, which is very kind of okay, right? And the data we use is, we sample the data every 5 minutes, and the data is 1 year long data. And so we come up with the XGBoost is the method we choose to build a machine learning model. And go to the next slide, please. Once we have the model, we introduce the PSO, particle swarm optimization. And here you can see the flow chart of this PSO method. And we use it to try to figure out what kind of chiller temperature we should adjust. And if we adjust it, what kind of power saving we can have. Next one, please. So after all those stuff, because of the time strain, I'm not going to go into detail. We come up with, in order to cut down power consumption and only for chiller temperature, and we adjust like a 3-degree high. Okay, here I missed the number. The temperature was like 15, And if we would try to push it up to 17 and 18, then the power saving will be like 3.2 based on the PSO model. So this kind of things end up right here because next step will be really try to adjust the chiller temperature in order to see if this kind of power saving predicted is actually what's going to happen. And also we tried different way to replace, different way of optimization to replace PSO, and they all come up with 3.1 or 3.25 kind of percentage of power saving. Okay, so this is what we have right now for the PUE. So please go to next. And second task is the hibernation of the server. Next slide, please. And this was done by my colleagues, and they have this one presented in the HPC Asia last year. And basically, they work on the Tavernier 3, which because the Tavernier 3 is so far the most powerful computer in NCC. Its utilization is 75%. And basically, here is because usually we think when server comes to the center, everything will be perfect, but actually not, because the BIOS was not set up correctly. So what we try to do is when they try to put a server to sleep, to hibernate, and the server won't wake up, right? It will be dead. So we what they did is try to correct the error in a BIOS setting. And they did that, and also including the integrate with the Slurm scheduler. The Tavernier 3 is running Slurm for its scheduling. So the integrate with the Slurm scheduler say, if I cut down all the, if I shut down the server, I'm sorry, it's not shut down. If I put a server to sleep, to hibernate, and then once the additional computing power is required, then we try to wake up the server, right? So we correct the error in a BIOS setting so that the server can awaken correctly. But when to wake it up, so we integrate with the Slurm scheduler. Once the Slurm scheduler find out, say, more server is needed, then they will go ahead and wake up the hibernated server. So in this case, with BIOS correction and also the integration with the Slurm, you can see the power saving for every single server is kind of dropped from 180 to 63 annually, all right? So this kind of power saving, which is a lot, right? Okay. So please go to the next slide. Then next thing is try to optimize the job securing system. And next slide, please. As you can see from the previous slides, if we can put a server to hibernate, it will save a lot of computing power, right? But when and how? And of course, we integrate Slurm, and Slurm is just going to wake up the server. But if you run in supercomputers, you will know that once you set up the queue, basically follow the know-how of the system admin, and they have a certain way of setting it up. But it doesn't mean that you will meet the actual loading. So we will try to do is if we can change the configuration of the queuing system setup, then and try to meet with the demand from the user, from the workload, maybe we'll improve the utilization of the servers. So in this case, we try to collect all the servers loading data and also queuing system, every kind of data in there, and try to build a machine learning model, and then so we can try to predict if we see what kind of workload is coming in. For example, if we take a look at the 3 months ahead of, collect the 3 months of data, and we can predict what's coming up next. And then we can reconfigure our queuing configuration, and that might be able to help to save, try to first cut down the turnaround time of your computation, and also try to use less server as possible, okay? So this is the purpose of these 3 actions. But on top of this, we also try to use federated learning to do that, because since for a supercomputer, the loading data is not that much, okay? Because every year you have 1 time series data. And so in this work, we need to deal with the data augmentation, and we also need to have a scheduler simulator in order to optimize the configuration. But if we need to include, in addition, need to increase the number of data, we need some other computing center to provide the data as well. So in this case, AIST is working with us on this example, but the data might not be able to share. I mean, that means we cannot move our data to their side, and they won't move their data to ours. So we kind of try to use the federated learning to do this, to train a machine learning model. Another thing is, if this framework is done, is ready there, it's not limited to the application we are trying to do now. Every kind of data-related collaboration can use this kind of framework. So we are not going to develop a FL framework, but we are going to adopt the selected one. And the current status is we have we have narrowed down to 2 FL frameworks to be further surveyed. And we will come up with the final FL framework sometime next month. So we're here. Please go to the next slide, please. We are here to call for participation. If you are interested in this kind of adventure, please join us. And we have more FL sites, and we have more data sharing in order to come up with a machine learning model that can be used. Okay, that's my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. So maybe you can have some quick questions. Okay.
Hi, Wei Cheng, this is Shaba.
Hi, Shaba.
I had a question about what kind of optimizations you made to your queues after you ran the models. Do you have an example?
No, we haven't. Current state, okay, in the process of this project, first we need to decide FL framework first. Okay. Then we need to create lots of data, all right? So right now in our site, we are pulling the data out of Taiwan 1 and 3. Actually, I think at the beginning of this month, AIST Jason, they have a couple of guys visit us, and we discussed the FL framework. So they did their survey, and we did our survey, and we come up with narrow down to 2 FL frameworks, right? And we have to decide which one to use sometime in the middle of next month. And in the meantime, we start to pull out data from the server information. Then the next step will be increase the data in order to train the model. And first model we will try might be the XGBoost, because we have that experience in the previous work, in the POE work. We might want to try that. And the thing is, we have a scheduler simulator, which we kind of borrow from BSC, Barcelona Supercomputing Center. And the thing is, if we have the data and we have a queuing system configuration, then we know how long it takes to consume all the job. Mm-hmm. But if we change the configuration, how long it would consume do all the job, and that call for a simulator, right? So once we have simulator, then one set of data, we can have many different configurations. Then we have a bunch data set. Then we put this data into the machine learning model, try to build out that model, try to come up with the best choice of the configuration. So once this model, if this model can be found, then we put into inference. Once you have new data coming in, then you will say, okay, maybe in 2 months later, you should adjust to this kind of configuration and to save your computing power. Okay. That's a rough idea of it.
Okay. I know you had sent me email before, but I would like to re-volunteer on SDSC.
That would be great, yeah. I did contact the person, but I haven't heard anything from her yet.
Okay.
So you are more than welcome to join. We actually need more site to join us.
Yeah, forward me the email, and I will see what I can do.
Okay.
I was also interested in the server hibernation algorithm. Is that code available open source? Or
actually, it's not what. Okay, server hibernation is built-in feature for processor.
Okay.
Okay, what we deal with, okay, the task was original was very simple. It's just we activate the hibernation feature in the processor, and we wake it up. But the vendor who built the machine, they didn't configure it correctly.
Right.
So once we put it to sleep, it dead. It died. So we kind of correct the error. It won't wake up, right? So we kind of correct the error. Then we use the schedule to say, right now if you have 100 nodes running and you need another 10, then you will go ahead to call out those servers. So it's kind of very simple. And if you need the code, I will ask our team to send you the reference.
Okay.
Okay, and hope we can help a little bit.
Thank you.
Okay, we need to move the next presenter
Right.
because we are running
Thank you.
time. Okay, thank you. Yeah, Rachel.
Thank you.
Thank you. So next presenter is Hel.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon and assalamualaikum. I just would like to present very fast because I am going to have another meeting at 2 o'clock. Basically, this is our cooperation with the Lancaster University and also from our university. But also I was assisted by our team from ERC University, Mr. Fatur, who was my student at UI, and also Dr. Toto, who was my student at UI. It seemed it's very difficult to find a good partner, so that I just asked my ex-student into my teams. And also we also cooperated with National Board of Disaster Management, BNPP, for national disaster management. So the idea is that basically I was not appointed as one of the PIC of this research because basically it's beyond of my interest. But sometimes when it's come into the computing power, that's the case that has to be solved efficiently. So basically we try to help the BNPP how to evacuate some people efficiently and with minimum risk, and also how we can also assist some people who volunteer to assist in some of the disaster management, how they can have efficient scheduling and how they have the efficient routing in their jobs. And then so we have 3 modules that we develop in our system. The first one is network generation. We use OpenStreetMaps as our real data. And also we have the assisted evacuation planning and personal routing scheduling. I will try to explain this detail in at 3 p.m.'s meeting. Okay, but this is the evacuation planning modules, and I think given the zone, so that when it is the point where the population, person, and livestock to be evacuated. Also, we have also some shelters, and then also have some depots, and we call this zone, shelter, and depots to be as point of interest. And then we also have networks connecting the POIs. And then from this one, we will provide some optimal solution by minimizing the object, something like number of shelter to be open, and then the maximum evacuation time, and also the risk and the travel times. Remember that when we are talking about the risk, it is the real risk that is provided by the national agency. So it can be the risk of earthquake, or even also the risk of any kinds of disaster occur in Indonesia. And then the next one, this is one of the example of the solution. You can see this example solution. we are using the operational research schemes, and then we provide several optimal solution. So this is the picture of how the solution differ from the minimal solution. This is the percentage different, okay? So that means this solution is different with the minimum solution with 30% of difference. So that means the solution which is on the bottom, which is the best solution. But none of them is to be the best. If we pick up the green one, so maybe in this one they are on the top over there, but also it's going down over here. So there is no I would say excellent solution. There is no excellent. If you have good in number of settler, but you are not good at fraction times. And then the next one, this is one of the example. If we pick up one of the solutions, one of the solution. So this is the feasible solution. If you look at the previous graph, there are a number of feasible solution, and this one is given as the detail of the number. So that means if you look at the solution number 1 over here, so it has to open 3 shelters, and then if you look at the risk, the total risk of something like this one. So you can also sort this table according to what we want. And also this is the fleet cost, within the cost of the vehicle that is used in evacuation time. And then this is one of the solution when we have some vehicle to be dispatched into certain shelter. So that means if we have some vehicle available in the depots, we would like to deport it or we dispatch it into a shelter. So we can also click on this one. The next one will be the number of shelter to be open. At least, so that means we would like to have efficient number of shelter to be open. And the next one, this is the routes of the evacuation path, which is if you look at if we click on the right hand side over here, so that means we can look at the routes, which is the real-time route, which is available in our maps. But the detail of the explanation is given like this one. So that means starting from this point, it carries 10 people, and up to this one. And if you look and see this L, this is mean livestock. So that means the vehicle can also bring or evacuate livestock. One of the traditional life in Indonesia is that some people also live with their livestock in their home. So that means the livestock should be evacuated when the people or the owners should be evacuated. And the next one, this is the real simulation. This is the real data, which is we use in Lombok Island. You can see that this is the how the vehicles going from one part to the other one, and also how many people and how many livestock going to be carried out by the vehicles. And the next one is the personal routing and scheduling. So given services and given depots and given demand point, that in the place that they want to have some demand, and resting point that people need to get rest, and at what place they want to rest. And also we have the networks, okay? And we also have the demand. That's how many demand, how many service of demand that is required by demand point. And then of course we have to have some personnel to services the demand. So we're going to provide the scheduling and also the routing of this personnel. So this one, what the system do is just they will provide optimal personnel solution and personal routing and also scheduling by minimizing unsatisfied demand. Remember that if some point needs some demand, maybe in a certain point in a certain time, there might be some demand that is not satisfied. And so we would like to minimize the average demand completion time. We would like to solve the problem as soon as possible. And also we have some fairness. That means if some points need to be, there is some undemand satisfied in one point, it should be fair. So it should be fair. That means it should be balanced between one point to the other one. And also we would like to minimize the transportation risk. So this is how they provide the solution. Again, we try to compare several solutions with respect to the minimum solution. So there is a solution that is at the bottom over here, which is the best solution. You can see that the green, the blue one is not the good optimal solution. We might pick up the red one, which is look like this one, which is very, very low. comparing with the minimum solution. And you can see that there is a gray bar over here that's been indicate this is the first day, the second day, until a certain number of days to be required in order to satisfy all of the demands. And then this is if we click the solution, this is just a number. If you look at the previous one is the picture, and then the next one is just the number that is plot by that picture. But you can also look at the overall solution, but look at the planning zone. That means in planning horizon length, that means how many hours from the first day until the completion of the all demands over there. And then what is the average demand completion in terms of hour? We put it the unit in hours. And then other transport risk over here. So that means the higher number, that means the risk is very high according to the risk index provided by the government. And then we can plot over here. We can look at the solution on the first period over there. Still there is 84 demands, unsatisfied demand. And also the second day, so that means the unsatisfied demand is decreasing. So until a certain day where all the demand is satisfied. And then the next one, we try to look at the scheduling and the routing of the people. You can see that this is the first group of people, Toto and Abi, and the second one is Anto and Dewi, and the next one is Dr. Poncho and Siti over here. These are the group of people. And you can see that there's starting working at this at time, and then finish working, and also starting resting, and also finish resting. And then they're starting from this location and final location. We provide all of the information which is should be helpful for the volunteers involved in disaster. So if you look at the timetable, if you look at the picture over here, we have the routes over here. This is the data that we got from the open maps, and then the challenge is that is like this one. So the prototype is still now under user testing stage 2. We had some improvement made after user testing stage 1, and the system currently is the web application and module codes. Okay. So we have the web application and module codes. And the code is developed. I mean, the module is developed by in Python and also in C. And the system is deployed in one machine with 30 cores, but still too slow for processing network generation, and also the asset effectiveness planning, and also the PRS model with more than 15 points of interest. So that means if there are hundreds of points or hundreds of cities need to be evacuated, I think using 30 cores of machine is not efficient, maybe too slow. Okay. So we need the system to be tested with data from all provinces in Indonesia. We try to use the data for more than 33 provinces in Indonesia, and the data is very large. But we would like to have some suggestion from all of you how to deploy this thing efficiently. We might need to have some cooperation with the one that provides multi-core machine, like some offices in Indonesia. I think that's all my presentation. Maybe I will talk in detail at 3 p.m. Okay, thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum.
Sorry, so I need to leave now. Yeah. So yeah, maybe we accept the question later. So next presenter is Nang.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Prabhaporn Ratanathamrong, or you can call me Nan, from Thammasat University, Department of Computer Science. Um, Today, I'm going to focus on the ongoing project, which related to federated learning. So everybody here must have heard that federated learning can be used as an approach when you want to train the deep learning but doesn't want to move the data from your site to the centralized storage and risk the privacy leak, right? So federated learning has been very successful when you have IID data. IID is independently and identically distributed data. That means every single site that join your federated learning has the same number of classes and equal amount of data for each class. But when you have data that is non-IID, and unfortunately most of the natural data is just like that, we don't have balanced data, and sometimes we don't have every class in every local site, right? So in that case, federated learning seems to perform worse because when we have weight divergence when training the local model, then the global model seems to be unable to converge to the good performance as well. Like, for example, in this slide, you can see that for the IID data set, we have a device, local device that has balanced class. But when you have non-IID, some device might have only few classes out of all possible classes. So in this work, we try to solve the non-IID problem by using the data augmentation. And everybody knows data augmentation can help you increase the training data for your model. You can rotate, you can flip, you can scale, or even adjust the resolution of the images. But in this work, we use generative adversarial network, or GANs, to help in creating the synthetic data to augment the node in federated learning. And it might seem obvious that, yeah, we can send GAN network to each client and let them train with the local data. And then at the end, we have the final GAN model that we can use to create the synthetic data. However, when we try, we use conditional GAN so that we can select a particular class to augment the data. And we found that there is a bias happening when you deal with the federated learning and non-IID, because when you train the GAN with the first client, and the first client only have few classes, in this case, it will be update the weight only for those classes that exists data in the first client. And when you move to the next client, then the GANs seems to be forgetful about the class that has not exist in that next client. And it's keep repeating like this. So there's no guarantee that at the end, which class will remain in the memory of GANs. So in that case, also no guarantee that the synthetic data that you generate at the end will actually help with the non-IID problem. So here, there seems to be a lot of problem that we need to address. First, we need to deal with the non-IID, how to not having the global model that has decreased performance. And at the same time, we need to reduce the bias of the GAN model that will create the synthetic data. And at the same time, must not leak the data privacy by sending the data anywhere. In our work, we try federated learning with CNN for object recognition. And we test with these configuration variables with the two data set, MNIST as a more simpler task, and FMNIST as a more complicated task. And we have two settings for non-IID. So here we talk about the label skew distribution only. And as you can see, we examine two things here. When there's supposed to be 10 classes altogether, but we have only 5 in each. And when we have only 2 classes in each federated learning client, so the upper case is like the more severe case. And here's the baseline. As you can see from the white row, that's the performance when you have federated learning with IID data. The performance is great. However, when you do non-IID with class skew, you start to see the drop on performance. For the MNIST, which is a simpler case, it's not dropping that much. But when you start skewing more, like the non-ID is more severe, the performance drop a lot more. And with the more complex tasks like FMNIST, the performance dropped quite a lot, right? From 85.35 down to 58.48. So that's a huge gap. And if you have more client node in the federated learning, the drop seems to get worse too. So here's a framework that we propose. So we propose that we have to first train GAN in the way that will not create the bias in class, and then use that to generate synthetic data. We have the FID score to test the quality of the synthetic images created from this GAN, and then we augment that with the local data in the federated learning clients, and then perform the typical FL process. So here's what we adjust for the GAN training. So instead of training the whole local data for each site, we subset the local data by small amount every time, and then we make several rounds until all the local data was consumed for the training. And of course, if we subset it to very small, then it might take long time because several more rounds, right? But if we subset it too large, then we go back to the bias problem again. So we did several experiments, and we found that for the subset size, the perfect number seems to be at 50% of the local data. Here we seem to have the FID score that is low enough. If the FID score low, that's mean the GANs generate the data is more realistic and potentially be used to fix the FL model later on. And this is the same, so I'm going on. And for the synthetic images data, we choose between 100 and 1,000. So the literature usually say that we should augment around like 1,000 per class to achieve good performance. But from this experiment, we saw that if you use larger number, that's mean more resources and more time it takes. But we can stop at around like 100 images to augment the data, and the global model of the federated learning seems to be comparably good without wasting too much resources. Here's a graph. The red line is the non-IID without any fixing. And you can see that the performance on the global models seems fluctuate here. But once you fix it with the data augmentation generated from GAN, the accuracy seems to converge quite well. And from here, you don't really need to use like 100%, but use partial to reduce the bias, and you get good performance. So we test up to 50 clients in the federated learning, and it also seems to have the same trend on both MNIST and FMNIST. And this is like the overall what we can achieve. For MNIST tasks, in the most severe case, like with only 2 classes exist in each federated learning client, you can see that without fixing, the performance dropped from the IID case from 96 to 63. And after you augment the data with only 100 images per class, you can get at the comparably well level with the IID case. And with the less severe case, it can be even better, right? And with the larger number of clients, things can be more intense when we saw the result. Yeah, and that's pretty much the work that I would like to share. So currently we just simulate the algorithm in one machine, but we looking forward to actually deploy it in the real, like edge hardware, and probably working with many people in Pragma that work in federated learning or even edge on this, to continue on this. And at Thammasat, we also have other projects that focus on providing computing infrastructure over edge cloud continuum as well. So we have digital twins. We just started in this, but we have starting to have several samples. This is our building, and we also have another building in Chulalongkorn University that we start integrating the IoT data with the BIM model, and also adding some data analytic part into it, and also with the agriculture, poultry, farmhouse. We start to have several samples on that. And another work is on urban noise mapping, which is environmental monitoring, and this will be integrated as well into Sage. Yeah, that might be all my update. Thank you very much. If you have any question or would like to discuss more on collaboration, very welcome.
Yeah, thank you very much. So if you have a quick question.
Yes, I have a question.
Okay.
Sure.
Hi, Nan.
Hi,
Yes. Okay, which framework are you using? The FL framework?
Currently, they didn't use the standard framework. They use the implementation for federated learning. That's how to say, implement by themselves, not using the framework.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So they are not actually running in parallel, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we can work together too.
Yeah, because in our survey, even lots of open source framework, they claim to be FL, but actually they run different clients in sequence. So it's not going to be actual usage because of the performance work. I mean, in terms of computing speed, will be dropped a lot, right? So that's why we are trying to figure out which FL can be adopted here. So okay, so that's why my question is asking.
Yeah, I think our approach would be not dependent on the framework that you use, because you can do the GAN training before you use any federated learning. So yeah.
Okay, so your focus is the GAN part of it, the augmentation of the data set.
Right.
Okay,
right.
thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. So. So next presenter is Tim.
Okay. Okay, I am Gajasit Thonglek from Software Design and Analysis Laboratory at Nara Institute of Science and Technology, Japan. So today I will introduce you briefly about my proposed infrastructure for collaborative machine learning on heterogeneous environment. So my proposed infrastructure is a Liberate AI infrastructure. So the proposed infrastructure is aimed to enable the collaborative development of machine learning model on heterogeneous environment while preserving the data privacy. The Liberate AI infrastructure will be similar to GitHub and Docker Hub that allow collaborative development of source code and container image, respectively. In the Liberate AI infrastructure has the model repository instead of the data repository for the traditional process of the collaborative machine learning. So for example, there are 3 clients or 3 developers who would like to develop the same proposed machine learning, but they don't want to share that data set together due to the limitation of data privacy or some license restriction. So for example, in this use case, each client or each developer has their own existing hardware resource, and each client also has their own local datasets. So if client A and client B will train the machine learning model with their local datasets on their local environment, and after that the Liberate AI infrastructure has allowed the client A and B to commit or upload their trained model to our proposed infrastructure, and after that the other client can do the request to download the model from the Liberate AI infrastructure to use with their local datasets on their local environment. So for my proposed infrastructure, Liberate AI infrastructure is apply the federated learning technology, which is the technology or approach to update the existing machine learning model on the Liberate AI infrastructure with the model parameter. So that you can see that for my proposed infrastructure, we move the training process from the server side to the client side. So that means the limitation of each heterogeneous environment has to be considered when we need to train the machine learning model on the client hardware resource. So due to the current progress, I divide the hardware heterogeneity into 3 aspects. For the first aspect, it's about the heterogeneity of the storage resource. So each client machine has a different storage capacity constraint. So the variety of the storage resource has an impact to the size of machine learning model that are stored on those resources. And the second aspect is about the heterogeneity of the computing resource. So normally every machine should have the CPU, but they are different in the specification of computing power. And in some cases, some user might have the computing accelerator, such as the GPU or TPU. So the diversity of the computing resource has an impact to the complexity of the machine learning model that are trained on those resources. And the last aspect is about the heterogeneity of the network resource. So not every client has a machine which is able to connect to the wide network. But usually the wide network is able to provide more stable network and higher bandwidth network than the wireless network. So the heterogeneity of the network resource has an impact to the amount of transfer data for training the machine learning model with a federated learning approach. So from the technical challenge about the hardware heterogeneity, so that's why I propose the Liberate AI infrastructure, which contains my 3 main proposed components to address the challenge for the hardware heterogeneity of the storage, computing, and network resource efficiently. So the first component that I propose is the model compressors. The first component is used to compress the model to be fit in heterogeneous storage. And the second component that I propose is a model aggregator. The model aggregator is used to aggregate the model for heterogeneous computing resource. And the last component is a model specifier. It is used to reduce the communication cost between the server and the client on heterogeneous network resource. So
to summarize the deliberate AI infrastructure. So due to the currently there are no existing infrastructure to enable the collaborative development of machine learning model on heterogeneous environment while preserving the data privacy. So that's why I propose the deliberate AI infrastructure to remove the barrier of data usage and hardware resource for collaborative development of machine learning model. So there are three proposed components. For the first one is about the model compressor. Liberate AI use model compressor to avoid insufficient resource. The second component is a model aggregator. Liberate AI use the model aggregator to extend the data diversity to training the machine learning model with a federated learning approach. And the last component is a model specifier. The Liberate AI use model specifier to reduce the communication cost for exchanging the model on heterogeneous network resource. So thank you very much. If you would like to know more about this project, you can contact me with the email on this slide. Hi. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe you can accept some quick questions. Any question? So maybe you can explain that your next career plan.
Okay, I think maybe this project will be remove the barrier of data usage and hardware resource for develop the AI. I think maybe in the future I will deploy or publish this infrastructure for the maybe our Pragma community or the global international researcher so they can develop the machine learning without sharing their local data sets. So I think in this case we can enhance the AI performance. So we don't have to consider about the data privacy or license limitation. So if you have any specific application or the data privacy sensitive data to apply this Liberate AI infrastructure, please don't hesitate to let me know. Or if you have the large computing resource or the efficient hardware resource for deploy this Liberate AI infrastructure, you can let me know. So I will try to deploy this proposed infrastructure on your existing hardware resource. Right. Okay, in the next month, I will be an assistant professor at the Osaka University. So I think maybe I will let you know about my new email address if you want to collaborate with me. Right.
Thank you. Yeah, maybe he's actually keep working under this Pragma community. Yeah. Okay, so next presenter is Sapana. Okay.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Thapana Bunchu. I'm from Thammasat University, and for my session, I'm gonna present my work, which is Ms. Larat multi-clarity substructure aware representation learning algorithm for time series but actually this is kind of more on algorithm. So this algorithm is kind of a little bit on the beginning stage. So it kind of has so many things to improve. Okay, this is the agenda for today. This algorithm is kind of algorithm for time series. And what is time series? Okay, some time series is kind of a collection of observation measured in timely order and ubiquitous in almost human-related activities in various domains. For example, finance, environment, genetics, multimedia, and in so many domains that can produce, or maybe IoT devices also produce time series data. And what is the challenges in for time series data set? Okay, time series data set can be large, noisy, and high dimensional because it composed of like so many data that you collect over time. And the challenge thing is that if you want to employ those machine learning algorithm, okay, on those data like that large, noisy, and high dimensional, so it can be challenging. And the time series representation, okay, is kind of a mechanism to generate meaningful representation for time series in a lower dimensional space, okay. To project or to generate meaningful representation in lower dimensional space, okay, it helps us to explain information about time series, okay, about trends and shape of the time series, like more precisely. And in the new space that we project those time series into the lower space, okay, and the characteristic there, the similar time series representation should be placed close by in that space, okay, and this is the key step in success of almost time series mining tasks, because in machine learning we like need to know which time series, okay, similar to each other. And here, because time series representation learning or reducing the dimension of time series like plays important roles in analyzing time series data. So there are several methods like proposed to reduce the dimension of the time series data. So here is the list of the well-known and very widely used method for reduce the dimension for those time series data. They can be classified into many categories, but I'm not going into the detail of those algorithms. And recently, there will be neural network-based method trying to learn representation of those time series in lower dimensional space. If you see this, the previous methods, the technique, it depending on the algorithm that directly convert those numerical time series into some vector or some point in lower dimensional space without any learning technique. Okay, but recently there will be more on the neural network base that learn the representation of those time series. Okay, we can call this embedding method. Okay, and here are some methods that learn those representation of those time series in the dimensional in lower dimensionality space. Okay, based on neural network. Okay, and here is my proposed method. This is the flow of the proposed algorithm, and the main difference between the proposed algorithm and the traditional algorithm is that the traditional algorithm doesn't aware of those substructure of time series. So they have like the whole time series, then they're trying to convert the whole time series into the vector or into a representation that project into lower dimensional space. But in the proposed method, we are trying to capture, okay, more in substructure of those time series. For example, like if we have this time series, okay, we can have like, if you consider the blue square there, okay, you can consider that as a substructure of the time series, okay? And then if you change the size of the square, it's gonna like, you can think of it as differently consider another substructure of those time series. Okay, if you have different size of this square, that means you are consider how to say you are considering multiple substructure at the same time. Okay, and with this concept, we are going to propose a method that trying to like consider those substructure, okay, different substructure at the same time. Okay, here are the method. Okay, first we given a time series data, we trying to normalize it, and then we use an algorithm which is called SAC representation, trying to convert those time series into English alphabet representation. Like if you have this time series, numerical time series, it's gonna like you are convert this time series, okay, into like English sentence, okay, which each alphabet will represent a word, okay. In this, in my work, I call this as a SAC word, okay. When you put the SAC word together, we're gonna call this SAC sentence, okay. And then I use the method called here SAC word embedding learning, okay. Trying to learn for the first level, I'm going to learn the vector representation of those SAC words first. And then if you can learn each SAC word, then for each time series gonna consist of so many SAC words, and then you trying to combine those vectors together by using this equation here, just like simply average all of those SAC representation, okay? And then you are going to get the SAC sentence embedding or a vector that represents the whole time series in the low dimensional space. But here, if you consider, this is kind of, you are considering just only single substructure of the time series, okay? But in my work, okay, I considered like many substructure, like how different of the substructure, it depends on this parameter. The granularity level, okay, this will the build parameters will be on the SAC representation that you trying to convert the time series into the SAC words and SAC sentence at the first place, okay? And you will have like so many, you will have a number of vector representation that represent the single or the single time series, but indifferent. You will have like maybe 5 vector representation for only single time series. And then you will combine this, okay, representation together by concatenation. Just like simply concatenate those vector representation together. Okay, and then you will have this concatenated vector as the representation for the time series data. Okay, and then you will like do whatever you want with this vector representation. For example, you can use this as the input for the classification, use this as the input for clustering algorithm. Okay, and here I compare the proposed method with the other technique for the classification task. Okay, the number shown here is the classifier error rates for different data set. I think there will be like around 20 data sets benchmark that I have done in this experiment. Okay, and if you see here, my method gonna be in the maybe the last column there. Yes, and if you compare with the last column and the second last column, okay, the second last column is single level. That means I only use single representation, but I mean single representation for only one substructure. But for the last column, it's gonna be like multi-granularity Salalat model. That means I use several representation together. So you will see the last column will outperform clearly on okay. And that's all. Yeah, for my presentation. And this is the graph comparing the classification method, classification performance in time in the running time. Yeah, if you can see, our method will outperform the n square algorithm that will be the traditional method. Okay, that's all for my work. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Maybe we can have some quick questions. Okay.
Thank you. I just have two quick questions. So if I'm not mistaken, you propose a kind of time series representation, all learning algorithm to produce time series representation, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So what type of challenge you want to tackle? I saw in your result, you can improve the performance of classification.
Yes.
Are your time series representation can also tackle, for example, dimensionality reduction problem, so it can be more efficient, or maybe interpretability, because it's not easy to interpret the long time series. This is the first question. And the second one is, besides for classification or clustering, as you mentioned, can your time series representation be used to improve, for example, for action recommendation, sequential decision making, for example, for reinforcement learning problem? Okay, thank you.
Okay. For the first question, the challenge for this work is that actually the challenge for the time series to reduce the dimension of the time series data is like very widely known in the research community for time series, right? But here in this we are trying to consider like substructure of the time series, not just only the whole time series, but we consider different substructure of time series. That means like if you have a single time series, you can view this time series in different like level. For example, if you set the parameter like large enough, that means you are going to see this time series like in a coarse grain manner. Why if you set the W is like a little bit small, so you can view this time series, like you are viewing this time series in fine-grained manner, like this. So we consider this together, yeah, in the representation. Yeah. Can you repeat the second question again? I forgot.
You use this time series representation to improve the performance in classification, and you also mentioned it can be used for clustering,
Yeah,
right?
Yes.
So
yes.
can it be used, because time series is also popular for sequential decision making.
Yeah.
For example, using for reinforcement learning for action recommendation.
Yeah.
In medical, we use it for the treatment recommendation, for example. So have you tried or thought about it? Can it be used to improve reinforcement learning problem? Thank you.
Okay. Actually, don't. My work is not kind of related to the reinforcement learning, but I think it is interesting to trying to find the connection there. And yeah, actually, for the I think this is just like in the beginning stage. So employ this algorithm to like more realistic data set is kind of another challenging, because I am also working on financial data. I think I am going to put this algorithm and trying to like more real data set as well. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, thank you very much. Okay. So next presenter is Joseph. You. Sorry, we are running out of time, so maybe you want to use my laptop? Okay. Sorry about that, the time is running out, so maybe this one. Okay.
It's good.
Oh, it's good? Okay.
It's good. Okay, so I have 36 slides to present in 10 minutes, right?
Yeah.
Or 6 minutes, whatever.
5 or 6 minutes.
5 or 6 minutes, all right. So my objective here was to give you an idea of work that we've been doing for a long time, work that has been done recently, and work that we are planning to do in the order of the title. So the information extraction work is done in the context of a project. It doesn't work. I have to. Okay. So the first part of the work is related to IDIC Bio, which is a project that has been running for 12 years, and it has at least another 3 years to go. And the others are related, but new efforts or efforts that started recently. So for those who don't know IDIC Bio as a project, it's a little bit like digital transformation for museums, where specimens are kept for different organisms like plants, insects, mammals, and so forth. And the project aggregates the digital versions of these specimens from hundreds of museums in the country. And the data itself consists of records, like you see in databases, but it could also have images, and these images could be pictures or scans, could be 2 dimensions or 3 dimensions, and it could contain labels that are associated with specimens. So the entire IDIC biostructure, essentially, it's a big aggregation network that indexes the data, and then based on the index data allows for analytics. And within this big system, 2 of the things we do that are related to research are information extraction from label images and looking at how to work with data sets that are retrieved from the aggregated data according to some criteria. and I'll speak about these in this presentation. So to extract information, what we want to do is to take a label that might have very fuzzy, very incomplete typed or handwritten characters and extract the information from this label into a record that goes into a database. And the idea is to make this extraction process self-aware. If you don't know what self-aware processes are, you can ask ChatGPT, and ChatGPT will tell you this. It's a task that knows how well it's doing. So it's a little bit like some human beings. When they do something, they know if they're doing it well or not. And if they're not able to do it well, they can ask for help from some other people. So based on that intuition, we have this idea of building a selfie workflow where each task in the workflow is self-aware. And by being self-aware, the task can decide to invoke another task or to generate the final result. So we try to use this approach to extract different kinds of information. Dates, scientific names, and collector names were the examples that we considered. And for each of these cases, we had to craft a specific workflow that typically involved OCR, and we did this with an ensemble of 3 different OCRs. And then we had additional intelligent modules that relied on information like regular expressions or dictionaries or vocabularies. And when everything failed, we would do a crowdsourcing session that, of course, needed humans to contribute. So this worked well. The goal was to have performance that is close to a human performance and speed that is close to machine speed. We are somewhere in the middle. So we go faster than a human being and almost as correct as the human being, but there's still room for improvement. And there's the fact that these are specific to the different kinds of information, but it turns out that you can also think of using the examples that you get from these specific workflows to build a general approach by training a neural network with the initial values that you have, and then this neural network can be used to recognize or to extract additional information. This can be done for different types of information. You see here 10 different kinds of information using the same approach, and the results are also encouraging. So as fast as a machine, not quite, and as accurate as a human being, not quite, but better than just doing by hand or by machine. So for the people who use the data that we aggregate, they download a data set that satisfies some criteria, used for research or publication, and then the challenge is to cite or reference this data set. So if you go to some papers, you might find something like this, a data set that was downloaded in 2017, created in 2017, has a certain DOI, an identifier, and it was accessed from this URL on a particular date. But what might happen is that when you try to access this data set, you might get something that you have all experienced, which is URL not found, and that's what is called link rot. Or you can find that the data that you're trying to access has changed, and therefore you're getting not the old data, but new data. And so this is problematic for reproducibility. And one way to get around this is to use content-based identifiers that rely on computing the hash of the actual data. So for that particular data set, we could compute its hash. In this particular case, it's computed using SHA-256 algorithm. And then when the data set is created again, you can compute a new hash. And if you need to access the data set, you can use the hashes to validate the data that you're looking at as being the data that is being cited. So you can do signed citations, which are just a conventional citation expanded with a hash. And this can be used not only for a data set, but for collections of data sets, because then you just do hashes of hashes, and the unique nature of these identifiers remains. So there's several benefits. You can read them quickly, because I have to go on to, to the next topic. So this is work that is being started. It's the notion of extended specimen. So if you think of a specimen in a museum as just being the organism with a little bit more data, what is becoming necessary and interesting now is to link that organism to other data and to other scientific information, like, for example, the genetic sequence or the environment where the organism lives, or other information related to climate or population. And these are so-called extensions, secondary and tertiary extensions. So this leads one to start thinking in terms of linked data. And linked data is problematic in many ways because you immediately go into a distributed system, and you also have to be extremely flexible on how you manage the linked data, among other challenges. So one possible approach is to use what are called fair digital objects. The basic idea is that you have an object with certain classes of data and methods to access this data, along with a unique identifier. And these objects can be distributed, and they can be indexed, and they can be searched, and they can be retrieved. Essentially what they do is they become a new layer in the stack, and you have services to create the objects and services to access the objects. You can think of this as almost a layer similar to the DNS layer in a network. So this is work that will keep us busy for the next 5 to 10 years. So that's it. Am I on time? And I'm sorry, it's a little bit high level, but I wanted to give you a very high level view of what we're up to.
We may have a quick question. Just quick question.
Okay, you can talk to me on the side if I'm not asleep.
Okay. You want to use this? Okay.
Okay, so I wanted to talk a little bit about two projects, but primarily one that I've been working on since the pandemic called CloudBank. So I'll start with that one, and then I'll just briefly mention our AI resource that is called Voyager. So CloudBank is a 5-year pilot project that's founded by the National Science Foundation in the US. And the goal is to facilitate researcher access to public cloud resources such as AWS and Google, Azure, IBM, cloud. And this is a collaboration between UC San Diego, the San Diego Supercomputer Center, University of Washington, UC Berkeley, and a FinOps company in the UK called Strategic Blue. And we came about in response to a very specific NSF solicitation that called for a cloud access entity. And the motivation is that there are many researchers who are leveraging the public cloud resources, but it's not always easy for them to take advantage of them due to kind of administration of overheads. So some of the examples of the public cloud that we see in CloudBank is that the elastic nature of the public cloud makes it nice to do cloud bursting or scaling experiments. There's unique resources on the public cloud, such as quantum computers. We have researchers who are running network measurement experiments. AI is another big use case. Sometimes researchers just want to need access to GPUs. A100 is very popular right now. Other times they're using specific cloud tools such as SageMaker. And these days, researchers now trying to use the OpenAI tools from Microsoft Azure. There's also researchers who are accessing chip design tools. So Cadence and TSMC are now making their tools available in the public cloud as well. And then another popular use case is edge computing. So people need a place to collect the data that they're from various sensors. So we started CloudBank in 2019. We are approaching year 5 of our project and talking right now with NSF about a 5-year extension. So we went into production with CloudBank in 2020, and we currently support Amazon Web Services, Google Cloud, IBM Cloud, Microsoft Azure, and we're still working on integrating Oracle. This is our project website at cloudbank.org, and there are 3 main services that we provide. The first is a user portal, and this is designed to address the administrative hurdles that researchers often encounter when trying to use public clouds at their institute. So if a researcher gets a CloudBank award, we create all the accounts for them. We provide them with tools to access the public clouds, as well as help them monitor and track their spend. The second thing that we do is we also provide them, so once they are onboarded to CloudBank, they can access any of the public clouds that we support. So the money doesn't leave us until they spend in the cloud, and so these makes the funds very flexible. And then the second thing we do is we leverage CI logon everywhere so that the researcher can log in with their home institute credentials into our portal as well as the cloud vendor portals. And so it makes it, again, easy to get them onboarded quickly to the public clouds and then share access with their collaborators. The second service we provide is our financial operations. So this is essentially, we use centralized billing so that we pay the bills. The researcher never has to worry about it. They can just focus on the technical aspects of using the public clouds. And then last service is our education and training. So these are getting started guides, some tools for helping run classes in the cloud, as well as help desk support. So these are some examples of training materials that we have, like Cloud 101 videos to introduce people on how to use public cloud resources, how to be careful about costing and running things optimally. We also have a community forum that's available for researchers to post questions and to get answers. And then the other tool we have is through our partners at UC Berkeley is the Berkeley Data Stack. And so this is a platform for running classes in the cloud. So it's a Jupyter Hub-based framework, but then on the back end, they run Kubernetes so that the the framework can essentially scale with the classes. So it'll scale up when assignments are due and students are trying to get their assignments done, and then scale down in between assignments. And so at UC Berkeley, they use this platform. They currently support about 10,000 students per month. And their biggest class is what they call the Data 8 course. It has about 1,500 students per semester. So it's very scalable framework. And from the instructors' experience, they're running in the class, they're displaying the Jupyter Hub or Jupyter Notebook to the students. The students can follow on with their laptop as well and run the same examples. So everything is very reproducible. And then from the instructor viewpoint, they also have auto grading tools built in as well to make that easier. So we have been having a little bit of a slow growth, but right now we support about 300 different NSF awards. We're approaching about $1 million in spend right now. And within those 300 awards, we support 500 different cloud accounts across all the providers, with AWS being the most popular requested cloud. So as far as collaboration ideas, as I mentioned, because our Pragma Cloud testbed has gone away, I think potentially CloudBank could be leveraged to use to replace some of that functionality. So if people are interested in accessing resources, please come talk to me. I'd like to see, maybe we can talk to the vendors, see if we can get some credits and potentially manage it through CloudBank. I think is one idea. If people are interested in the Berkeley Data Stack platform, I'm happy to set up calls with our partners at UC Berkeley. There may be ways that we can collaborate on training materials. Potentially, if people are interested in processing and looking at our usage data, I would love to help. And then any tools that people have for making it easier to run in the public cloud or to clean up workloads that are in the cloud, I would very much be interested in talking to people. And sometimes the cloud vendors, they share opportunities with people, and it's something we'd be interested in sharing with collaborators as well. And then the last thing I wanted to mention briefly is that we do have an AI resource at SDSC. It's about, I think, year 3. It's been running for about 3 years now. This is our AI resource, but it's built on Intel processors. So there's Gaudi processors that are used for training, and then Habana resources, which are used for inference. So it's TensorFlow and PyTorch based interface. If right now, because it's in the experimental phase, like anybody who wants to leverage it is kind of welcome at this point. So if you have AI applications that you're interested in trying on our resource, please come talk to me, and I see what we can do to get an allocation for you. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Maybe you can have some quick question you have. Okay.
Hi, thanks for your talk. So I'm interested in what kind of tooling you use for deploying and scaling this CloudBank system.
So we have
like in-house tools.
Yeah. So the portal is based on Drupal, and so all the coding is internal for us. Yeah, but it's in theory we are happy to share as well.
If the user, I don't know, requests a cluster or something on the portal, is the VPC automatically created on AWS, for example?
So we don't operate infrastructure. We basically handle more of the administrative interfaces. So if the researcher wants to deploy, I don't know, 100 VMs, they do that on their own through the cloud vendor interface. So we don't replace any tools that the cloud vendors provide. We just provide administrative interfaces to kind of make the billing and the accounting aspects easier.
Got it. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, time is already behind. So, but I have another presentation from me. So I do it quickly as possible. So let me. So okay, so I have also the topic. We have two topics today. One is the Edge IoT, and then the other is SDN based on SRv6. I'm Kohei Ichikawa from Nara Institute of Science and Technology, NICE, from Japan. And then the first topic is the Edge IoT. So this is actually the collaboration project from with the University of Florida and NICE, and then Osaka University and then Thammasat University. So currently we are developing the international test bed for IoT and edge computing using the Raspberry Pi cluster, based on the Raspberry Pi cluster. So basically we gather the Raspberry Pi or some other IoT devices like the Jetson Nano devices together, and then make a globally distributed environment like this. And then Florida, University of Florida provides a nice technology of Edge VPN, that is the network technology to provide a overlay network for those small IoT devices. It's because those small devices basically are behind the firewall, so it has a direct connection to each other. So this Edge VPN provides a virtual network for all those small devices, and then make one single virtual network image devices can, so that the device can connect each other. So currently, we set up the Raspberry Pi clusters at NICE and then University of Florida, and then Thammasat University is joining soon. And then also I'm trying to extend this environment to the NICT resources. It's Japanese telecommunication research organization. And then we make a kind of big IoT edge computing test bed. So currently, you are running the application on this environment is distributed federated running. So this is actually the TEM's work. So TEM try to distribute the federated running task over this widely distributed edge computing environment. But the challenge here is the resources are heterogeneous. Also, the scale of the resources are also different and then distributed globally. So if we do the normal federated running over this kind of the heterogeneous or widely distributed environment, so the performance is not good enough. So we make some hierarchical architecture structure over this widely distributed environment to make closer nodes into the same community, same groups, and then make a federated running within the same group. And then after that, we make a global model to combine the results from the different groups. So this makes the average latency between the nodes, and then the performance of the federated running could be improved. And then the next topic is the SDN based on the SRv6. So you may not know about what is SRv6, but it is a new technology for SDN network, software-defined networking. So SRv6 is, as I have mentioned, so this is a segment routing over IPv6. So the idea of the segment routing is split the network into the multiple segments in advance, and then assign the unique ID for each segment. And then routes are actually configured at a ingress node. It means the source node of the network. At the ingress node, so the packet is attached. Packets are attached list of the SID should go along with the to the destination. So, for example, if a packet assigned the ID with 01, 02, 03, the packet should have to follow this list. So that means that the packet should be go SID1 area first, and then SID2 area next, and then finally go to the SID3. So this is kind of very useful control. So because the each source or ingress node can control the network path in distributed manner, right? So maybe you remember that we have working on the open flow technology for SDN on the Pragma community. So what is the difference between the SRv6 and open flow is open flow is basically centralized centralized architecture. So one single controller control entire network. So here the problem is controller need to decide everything, and they also need to implement every single function of network on this centralized server. But SRv6 relies on the existing network architecture. It just adds the technology to control the packet, how the packet follows the path route. So this is a much simpler solution to control the network. And then actually, I have already working on this SRv6 testbed to try to build this kind of testbed in Japan. So right now, so we connected multiple university to make the testing environment for this SRv6. And I want to also expand this kind of the testbed for Pragma community, and then make some collaboration together on this networking. Thank you. Any question? So maybe we don't have enough time. Sorry, I'm pushing the time.
Sorry, one question. What are the requirements to participate in that testbed, the SRv6 testbed?
Oh yeah, so the SRv6, as the name suggests, it needs a IPv6 network.
Okay.
So maybe we can make a small IPv6 network internally, and then maybe we can make a virtual connection or link, and then make the testbed.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So it's break, right? Yeah. Sorry, behind the times. Maybe we have only 15 minutes break for now. Okay.
So we have about 15-minute breaks before the next session. Please.
Thank you.
Well, if we put more than 20 point of interest data related to the number of shelters, depots, and also the zones, it will take more than 1 hour to 2 hours to provide the solution. And I will move to the example of the solution. For example, we have a look at the last running of the algorithm of the evacuation point evacuation planning modules. We have first one, we can view the visualization of the algorithms, the solutions. Basically, it's provide a 24 evacuation solution. So each solution has three main objects. Has four factor. What is it? Something like a cost number for to select the optimal solution. For example, the first is the number of shelters, the maximum evacuation time, and the risk values and total travel times, and fleet costs related to the operation of the vehicle of the evacuation process, and also the option for the optimal solutions. So optimal solution is the one of the algorithm suggests to us to select the best 12, the first best 12 solutions of this case. If we select one of the solutions, we can see the first one is evacuation dispatch. Refer to the information where for each vehicle on evacuation depots will be dispatched to the evacuation zone or area that has been impacted by the natural disaster, for example. It means the BPBD cars, vehicle number 1, for example, will be dispatched to the direct zones to evacuate people or to evacuate livestock. And then if we go to another information, we will have the open shelter information. It means that in this case, in terms of we evacuate several people, we only, in this solution, we only use the first four shelters to evacuate the people and also the livestock. Example. And then for the third information, we have the evacuation path. Okay, the list of evacuation in this information, we can see that the first one is the type of the vehicle and also the time that they required to evacuate people, number of people from the barrack and drop them to the shelter or NTB shelters, for example. It will take 6 people and 0 livestock. Because in another culture, in another cases, for example, in Bali, the evacuation teams also need to evacuate not only people but also livestock, for example. So in this model, we also include information related to the vehicle. Is it okay to pick up the livestock or not? Example. If we see that in the map view for the specific routes, it will provide our to the detail route that the vehicle will follow, for example. Okay. Okay, you can see this if you select one of the routes. You can see that this car has been will be take a tax to evacuate 6 people from the Aikmel Utara to the Lapangan Suera, one of the shelters. That means that this vehicle need to repeat this task in 3 times. Okay. Okay. Maybe another information that I will provide is where we got the where we got the risk values to create you can see that one of the cost function is the risk values to select the optimal solution. Actually, we connected our model to the Inaris size, Inaris service, which is provide all the risk values in Indonesia area of Indonesia related to one of disaster. For example, if you Inaris size provide the risk values for earthquake or volcano eruption, it means that we can extract the information from the Inaris and add to our application, and we can model some networks, and we combine it, and then we can ask to Inaris size to calculate in this route what are the risks for the specific disaster. So we can obtain these values and then add them to our model we can make some evaluation about how do we choose the criteria, how do we choose the solution, for example. Okay, and another information is the visualization. This is the visualization related to the solution. For example, okay, I will choose. Okay. Okay, for example, this one, we have every single line that lie at the bottom of the graph is the best solution. It means that for this line, it will use the minimum number of shelters. You can see that this is the minimum number is the 2, is number 2. If we see that another line is in the 15% is referred to the deviation. It means that another solution will use 3 number of shelters instead of 2, for example. Okay. Okay. Maybe any question related to these modules before I move to the second module relating to personal schedulings. Okay, I will continue.
Sorry.
Okay.
So
Sure,
the people who are using this portal are authorized, like emergency personnel.
Okay.
Are they the main consumers of this portal?
Sorry, pardon, can you repeat that?
Who are the main users of this portal?
Okay, the main user is the from the BNPB, National Board for Disaster Management of Indonesia.
Okay.
Just like Professor Heru Tato said, that we have in the stage 2 testing user. So actually, we also involve them to use our models and give us the feedback related to those modules. So not only the BNPB user, but also the non-governmental organization NGO that also involved in natural disaster management, for example.
Thank you.
Okay.
Right. So when you do the simulation, you take into account the car speed, right? How about if let's say too many people are evacuating, the congestion on the road?
Okay. Related to the network generation, maybe your question, how do we generate the networks?
Yeah. And then how do you get the timing? And
Okay.
if let's say in real situation,
Okay.
of course the traffic will be congested with so many cars coming out from one space to another, right?
Okay. Actually, the network generation model is generated by the open source open source softwares. We use OpenStreetMap data to model the networks, and also it provides some function to calculate the average time, not the real time at the time. So that this is the average time, not the real time on that when the disaster happens. We also use that function, and it is estimated time. Yeah. Okay. Okay. For the next module is related to the personal routing scheduling. Basically, this module helps the natural disaster management teams to distribute people to the service that need to be open in the specific site when the natural disaster happen. For example, evacuation or the medical help services. Okay, the first one some input related to this module is for example, is the network data where the natural disaster happens and the type of the natural disaster. For example, we can choose the flood, then create. I will show you the related input that need to be input in this model. For example, this is service refer to which service you want to open in the server. For example, sometimes we need to evacuation team, or sometimes we need to medicals or post-traumatic service to help the people. You can add the service to the system, and then you can setting some of the constraints related to the input. For example, the strategy and the independent service refer to which is this service is depend on in another service or not, and what time this service will be start, and what time this service will be end, and how long this service will be in the evacuation stage. And also the depot refer to the place where the evacuation or the logistic put on the related to the natural disasters things. And also the demand point where the service will be open or located, and the resting point is where the place that the personals or the people that involved in this situation are take a rest. For example, some shelters, or maybe hotels, or maybe some place that are safe from the natural disaster. And also the network data. This is the algorithm algorithms parameter to setting the models, and also the demand points. The demand points also the requirement related to how many service in specific place, and the dates that these services are required to the places, and the earliest start, finish start, and the priority. And also you can add the personnel that responsible for each services. For example, for the medical services, you can add general doctor or specialist doctor to responsible for that service. Okay, I will move to the example solution. Okay, just like the another models, this is the visualization of the solution. We can choose we can compare it with another, but I think this is very if you don't have the prior knowledge about this system, maybe you feel that this is a very complicated graph to compare which one is the best models. There are many parameters to be considered as the models. Okay. Yeah, I will go to be more specific. We can create in detail. We have the, for example, this is for the evacuation service. In the first day, the period refer to the first day and the second day of evacuation, the third day until the end of the evacuation service. For example, if we have the earthquake, natural disaster, the government always said the 10th day is the golden day for the evacuation process. And in this service, we'll have the average demand completion time for the service, and also the transportation risks. And if we click more detail about this situation, we have the team member will start to work and back to the resting point, and after that starting location or something like that. Provide the detailed schedule for each personnel, and then we can see the routes for each personnels to go from the starting point, go to the demand point, and then go back to the resting point, and repeat to the others, and then continue to the other state. Okay. Okay, that was the brief demo for the model. Thank you, Prof. Heru.
Okay, maybe I did one or two questions. I would like to respond to Nurul's question. I mean, the idea is that we can have the simulation by putting many people to be evacuated, and then also provide many vehicles. But the capacity of the vehicle should be reduced, and then there should be many cars on the streets. I think we can. That's a good idea. We try to simulate that simulation. But I also have a question for myself. Is that what if the road is broken? All of the road broken. Usually that's almost happen, and no cars or no vehicle can be used in the situation. How we can use the system? Pardon?
If you can do best case scenario where assumption is nothing, the lane is okay. Worst case is.
Yeah, the worst case setting in my case setting, maybe if the road cannot be used, I think we can put the cars where the speed is very low, and then put also the number of people in the car should be very, few only. Maybe we can put like motorcycle, or maybe motorcycle is just a variable. Maybe one people can also carry one people in case of evacuation.
Yeah, maybe you can look at London underground planning, because they have sometimes when we want to go from one station to another, sometimes we have to walk in between.
Yeah, right.
So if you can look into that.
Yeah, maybe we can consider that thing.
Yeah.
But sometimes we have to try to simulate in the system by putting vehicle something like speda or bicycle. Usually it is a person who carry one person. Okay, that's something like that one. Okay, next thank you again for Mr. Fatur who present the details material. Our next speaker will be from Tamsat University, Wanida and Nan. Are you there? Okay, please go ahead.
So, while Nan's getting set up, this is going to be kind of a joint presentation. Because we're going to be talking a little bit about the Land Stage project. And so, since I was kind of one of the people who was heading up the first or second year and first and second years of it, I get the honor of talking a little bit about it to begin with. And then Nan has been working with us in the third and fourth years, and so she's going to be covering the rest of it. So So really happy to be here. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Jason Haga from AIST. Really happy to be here. Again, thanks to all the organizers for putting this together. It's great to see everybody. I think there's a level of energy here in the room that is a little different than on a Zoom call. So it's good. It's very refreshing. It's good to see. All right. You know, so the Landstage project was really focused around disaster management, right? And really, you know, we've already heard from Karu and his really nice demo, you know, but disaster management really is a critical issue internationally, all right? I mean, you know, all the nations in the world are being affected by natural disasters, both man-made and otherwise. So I think it's really, really important that, you know, it's something that we've been looking at, and the Landsage project was funded with this purpose of working within Southeast Asia. So, we're going to talk a little bit about, so for our agenda, we're going to talk a little bit about Cyber Canoes, Sage, and the Landsage. So I've been working a lot, as many of you probably know, but for some of you who don't know, I've been working with Cyber Canoes and Sage, the Sage platform. I'll go into more detail a little bit about that in a minute. Then there's going to be a brief summary and demonstration of the Landsage decision support software, which I believe you will be doing. And then hopefully we'll have a little bit of time for some discussion on collaboration in disaster management. Perhaps maybe there's some areas that we can touch upon, or at least, you know, work together on. And it's mainly because of some of the hardware. Umi's already mentioned that the University of RC now has a cyber canoe, which is great news. And so that helps give them some hardware and can actually kind of work with some of the infrastructure that hasn't really been, you know, been available within Southeast Asia. And I'll go into a little bit more detail about that. Okay, so Sage 3. So Sage 3 is actually a piece of software that is called Smart Amplified Group Environment. And I'm not the one who developed it, although the guy who did develop it is also named Jason. His name is Jason Lee. He's at the University of Hawaii. And he runs the Laboratory for Advanced Visualization and Applications. And he and I have been collaborating over several years in this area of immersive visualization or immersive analytics. And so you can think of immersive visualization or immersive analytics as kind of a way to bring data into focus, all right? So if you're dealing with lots of data, how do you generate understanding and insight from that? Okay, and how can you use visualization, both hardware and software tools, to help you understand it? So if you think about telescopes, telescopes are able to capture events in the past. Okay, so you know, it collects light from events that happened billions of years ago, and you can understand what happened in the past. But data analytics or data visualization allows you to look into the future. So you're able to make predictions. You collect a bunch of data together, and then you can make predictions about things into the future. So the example here is tracking hurricanes or typhoons, right? And so that's a way of making predictions. So as I said, Sage 3 is kind of the software, but they run on these pieces of hardware, and they're called cyber canoes. I did not come up with the acronym, Jason Lee did, but I'm always happy to, I guess, sell or push this idea of cyber canoes where, can you go back one real quick? Yeah, sorry. So the canoe, since he works at the University of Hawaii, there's this, he came up with this acronym of cyber-enabled collaboration, analysis, navigation, and observation environments. And I realize that is an extremely long acronym, but if you take a minute and think about each one of those words, that's exactly what these pieces of hardware are designed to do. These are large tile display walls, which are driven by the Sage 3 software and allow you to look at lots of data very rapidly and with greater speed and comprehension. And so that's, if you go forward, yeah, thank you. So again, since he works in Hawaii, for those of you who may not be familiar with the Hawaiian culture, the canoe is really an important cultural, you know, aspect of their culture. And so the idea was that, you know, in the past when they needed to move someplace, they would put all the villagers on one boat and then they would go and move to a new island or something like that. But this is the whole idea, is that it allows people to collaborate and understand, you know, we'll have to work together, otherwise the canoe is going to sink and you're not going to reach your destination and die. So it was really important, and those in Polynesian history, so culture. So this is that same idea, is that the cyber canoes allow users to come to decisions with greater speed, accuracy, comprehensiveness, and confidence. Okay. Next slide. Okay. So I'm just going to go through some examples. So, really, these cyber canoes, in general, they've been used to do a lot of presentations, but you can do a lot more with them, all right? You can do brainstorming, you can do classroom, teach class with it. You can also do data discovery, and you also can use it for collaborative activities as well. And so you can see some of the examples here that we have. There's a brainstorming session in the upper right-hand corner. Down on the lower left, I believe, was we were doing it at the last Pragma meeting, right? That was at UCSD, I believe, at Pragma during. It's just used. It can be used for a lot of different things. Next slide. We have a fairly large user community, over 17 countries and over 800 different sites that use cyber canoes. And thankfully now, University of URC is one of them. So you're part of the community. So congratulations. Yes, it's an achievement. It definitely is. Okay, so one of the really cool things about the big walls versus, say, a laptop screen, I often get asked this question, so what's the difference? Like, I can look at all this on my laptop. Yes, you can. But what you can't do is look at lots of different information at the exact same time. And usually what that means is that the cognitive load for you to flip between 4, 5, 10 different web pages is actually pretty large, right? And trying to remember what's on each page and everything is very, very difficult. Also, these walls allow you to see context and detail. So if you look on the right-hand side, that's kind of an example of this context and detail. So on the upper part of that photo on the right, that's on the display wall, and you can see a lot more of the map, right? There's more context there because you can see a larger piece of the map. Whereas on the laptop, which is on the bottom part of that picture, you can see it kind of, because of the size of the screen, your scale, you're only looking at, I believe it's the United States, right? Yeah, so it's just the United States down there. And so you lose some of the context, right? You don't have as much context, and in fact, you probably lose some detail as well. So that's what's so great about, if you, on the left-hand side, shows you you can open up these different websites and you can pull information from different sources and have even detail and context all at the same time. Okay, on these walls. And so that's one of the big powers, I think, of these big thinking spaces. Okay, next slide. So the cyber canoes, they come in all different shapes and sizes, and that's what's so great. I believe the wall here is 4 displays tiled together, powered by one computer. You don't need 70 tiles, right? There are installations like that, okay, but you don't need it. All right, you really don't. Okay, the idea is that, I believe at the University of Chicago, I think there's a display of one. Literally, it's one smart TV. It's 85-inch smart TV, and that's their cyber canoe. Okay, so you can use whatever you want, and really it depends on how you want to use it, the space available, and the budget. Okay, but again, it's the idea of having just this bigger thinking space to be able to look at your data. Okay. So just really quickly, so we've been working in the LandSage project to really push and deploy this hardware out in Southeast Asia, right? So a lot of the Asian user communities. So here at AIST, we have a wall. The University of Tokyo just recently stood up 2 walls, actually. They're beautiful. It's 2 inside this single room. Thailand at Mahidol University, Wailalak University, and Thammasat all have walls. And then Laos, Cambodia, Vietnam were added in the LandSage project. We were successful in getting hardware into those 3 places, as well as YARCI and in the Philippines. This is just an example of the Thammasat University walls. They've been Nan's been doing an outstanding job of using it. And of course, we've been working together, working on different applications that take advantage of these big thinking spaces. And so it's been a real pleasure, and hopefully we'll see other people doing that as well. Just a little bit of information on Sage. Okay, so like I said, Sage is the software. That's where kind of all the magic happens. And it started in 2004, and so it's been deployed a lot of different places. And so, a lot of people are using it for meetings and on a large variety of different disciplines. But, it's evolved over time. And so, next slide. So in 2004, like I said, it started, Jason Lee put this slide together because I think it's kind of interesting because the first iteration of Sage was in C++, and that was back when, grid computing was a big thing and compute clusters were, anywhere from $500,000 to $1 million. That was how much these systems used to cost for these tall display walls. And then over the years, as it evolved, they've, re-architected Sage. So there was Sage 2 in 2014, and then now they're working on Sage 3, right? And that's the most recent iteration. And now, you can actually run Sage 3 on a single laptop computer, single laptop or even a single PC even, and it's very, very, cheap basically. So it really, the barrier to entry on this is quite low now. So it's really, I think, a good time to start thinking about collaborative work through the Sage 3 platform. Again, I'm not the one who developed this, as all the credit goes to Jason Lee. Is much smarter than I am, so he's the one who's been developing it. But like I said, I get the distinct honor of being able to go out and kind of be the Sage evangelist and kind of push Sage, and so it's really been helpful. But he has a great team working behind him, not only on the senior level, but also on the next slide. He has several students helping with the development of various aspects of Sage 3. So. Okay, so then LandSage. So just really quickly, so just to go over some of LandSage. So next slide. So basically what it is that, LandSage was initially thought of as being able to manage or do disaster management for landslides. Okay, that was kind of our main focus area. So this, landslides affect a lot of different places within Southeast Asia. And in fact, it's even more devastating in Southeast Asia than it is in the United States, actually. So it was really, really important that we, tried to gather a team of experts that would help us design a piece of software or on the Sage platform, which would help people understand and manage landslides. Okay, next slide. All right, so the first year was in 2018, 2019. That was our first, when we launched LandSage 1. It was funded by the Asia Connect program. And so this was, Jason Lee was the lead PI and I was the co-PI at the time. And we held a series of workshops and thought about how we could develop and did some user, studies and tried to figure out, how we could develop a piece of software that would actually work to do this, a visualization-rich landslide disaster management piece of software. Okay, and then so then we, I'll skip that one. So then I took over in the second year, and I was the main PI along. Jason Lee became the co-PI, and so we started running this. Unfortunately, it was right before COVID hit. So I know we managed to have one workshop at Wailalak University right before COVID went global. And so it was a very successful workshop. I know we had attendees from YARC there, which was great, as well as the Philippines from ASTI. But we never really COVID hit and we just stopped traveling. So what we did was we pivoted and we started deploying all the hardware, okay? And that's how we got this hardware out. And we've just, now it's, we were really proud of this actually, because we've distributed this CyberCanoe hardware out into Southeast Asia. Again, all those different sites, Laos, Vietnam, Cambodia, Indonesia, and the Philippines. So this is really great. Okay, so I'll stop here and I'm gonna let Nan take over and talk about LandSage 3 and the rest of it. So thanks.
Okay, so I'm going to talk briefly and then my student will help me with the demo. Yeah. So in LandSage 3, the PI was is my colleague from Mahidol University, Dr. Mores Prachayipuk from ICT Mahidol. And since we have deploy all hardware from relevant parties. So we start looking into the software itself. So starting from LandSage 3, we developed the open source software that will integrate data from several different countries in the lower Mekong region. And that's when we have the first prototype of the LandSage software. And this software utilizes the benefit from CyberCanoe, where you have larger space, higher resolution, so you can see context detail. And at the same time, you can use the synchronization between screen to reduce the overhead of when you need to manage multiple piece of information on a large tile display wall as well. Here's a fast look on how it looks. So here you can examine different parameters that might contribute to the risk of having landslide in the area. And you can synchronize all the panel together so that you can explore all of those variables together, or you can detach it from one another and work on different piece of information in a different aspect. Yeah, and the nice thing is all those participant member who already have the Sage wall can just work on the same piece of information. So in that case, all stakeholders look at the same piece of information and at the same time look at the workflow or the synchronization of the data display at the same time too. And in Landsage 4, Dr. Morris is also the PI, and with that continuity, he can add more feature into the open source software. So he started looking into the prediction of the time series for the rainfall data from IoT of the rain station, and also start looking into the machine learning model to predict the risk of having the landslide. Here's a map of what the site that we have data from. So in Landsage 3, the yellow point is the yellow pin on this map is the data source. And then in Landsage 4, we add those in the red pin. Yeah, and maybe we can take a look at the software. Yeah. Okay. So this open source software is available from the website of the project, and also the source code is available in GitHub of the project as well. So as you can see here, we have the base map from OpenStreetMap as well. And actually it can be anywhere in the world, but right now we focus on Southeast Asia, where we got the data from. So if you go to setting, you can select, we might need to wait a little bit for it to load, but we can select the location and the data that is already available inside the server. So the PI and collaborator has contributed the 20 years data from several countries. I know that Lower Mekong Region Commission is one of the participants and the contributor of the data as well. Okay. Yeah, okay, the data is coming. So this is the rainfall. Okay. So here we have the rainfall information all over Thailand, and we can look at the landslide index. I think. Still loading. Yeah, one bad thing is that we need to concern about internet connection everywhere we go. Yeah, and like I said, you can create multiple window of this, and if the stakeholder would like to see. Okay. Okay, let's use the video instead, so it will be faster. So, okay. So here we have the landslide possibility. It's gone. Sorry. In Leh province, in the northern of Thailand, and if we would like to explore at other site like Phayao or other part of northern Thailand, we also select the data. Do you have the case when open server? In this? Maybe we need to open it. Yeah, maybe how about we delay this a bit so that he can start loading the, like, wait for the data to load, and then we can revisit. We can go to the discussion first. I don't want to waste time. Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah, sorry. Maybe we open this a little bit on the software page of the Landsage project.
The website landsage.info.
Yeah, so sorry for the technical difficulty, but you can see from this picture, right, that if you want to explore, usually if you have larger space and you lay out so many tile, you might need to kind of like move from one to another manually, and that can be overhead for you to control everything. But then the software itself allow you to tie all this information together and syncs together. So when you move from one place to another, the other remaining variable that you tie together also sync with that main window that you are controlling. And same thing with time. When you move through times in the past, it's also moved with you on different panels that's live on the screen as well. Okay. Yeah, sorry, I'll try to see how we make it work, and maybe we can continue with the discussion first. Okay, all right, thank you.
So, oh, hello. Okay. So one of the coolest things about it, and it's really hard to see because it's obviously a static picture, is that the maps, everything is synchronized. So you can look at 4 different maps at the same time, but when you move the map, all the maps move in the same way. So it's the information is synchronized. So you can look at different data, but it's all synchronized both spatially as well as temporally. So that's kind of what's really cool about it. And unfortunately, it doesn't. You need to see it in action in order for that, for kind of to really understand it. So, so hopefully, so like Nan said, we'd like to try and get some discussion or some ideas or just some feedback on, what do we think we can do? Because now that we have cyber canoes at a lot of different places, it doesn't have to be landslides. It could be something else, actually, right? I mean, where's your slide? Yeah, because you had a good. Can we switch to the slides real quick? Or, thank you. Yes. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. So, one of the things that that we tried to do was try to expand the cyber canoe network out into Southeast Asia, right? And like I said, since we got some hardware out there now, it's been really interesting actually, because for when we started it, right, nobody had hardware. So Jason Lee and I are sitting there, we had the hardware, but then no one else did. So it was kind of difficult for other people to participate. But now we do. So is there any interest in collaborating? Okay, and like I said, now Sage 3, you can actually run.
Hey, we cannot hear you remotely.
Oh, this.
Oh, okay.
Sorry. So maybe, so is there any interest in collaborating? I think that would be, something to answer. Are there any common data sets that we can be using? I don't know. I'm not sure, right? It's some. Sure. Yeah.
You got the rainfall. How do you predict the landslide? Or it's just visualization of the landslide occurrence?
So if I remember correctly, it's the possibility of a landslide occurring. I'm not the subject matter expert, so I'm not entirely sure how they're modeling it or how they make the prediction, but Nan's trying to find the answer to that question.
They have the list of all the data that we currently have. And I think there's many other possibility to work together. So for example, if you already worked on the model, like landslide model, we can try to integrate it together with the platform or the machine learning model for prediction. Because right now, as you can see from Landsat 3, it just begin and collect more data on Landsat 4. And we have just tried to integrate the machine learning and other type of, like simulation model, but it's not like fully mature yet. So there's an opportunity to work together and contribute the part that you are expert in.
Yeah, so this is just an example of the type of data that we've been getting for the Landsat project. Again, the Lower Mekong River Commission is one of the main people who are contributing this information and the data to this. So, they're the experts. So, for the details about how they're modeling it, I'm not really entirely sure, but. So it kind of, when I first started doing some of this too, when I was doing some of this disaster management, it was kind of it was kind of strange because it was, I was working in Japan, but then I was because I was trying to get data from wherever, right? Just to try and like put it into like a visualization. So I'd get like rainfall data from ASTI, I'd get earthquake data from Japan, I'd get like weather data from, flooding data from Thailand, but all that I can't make any decisions because I'm sitting in Tokyo. Like it doesn't mean anything, right? If I put it all together. So at least in this system, we're trying, we've been able to try and get all the data around the Lower Mekong, right? And it's not that you have to be part of the Lower Mekong River, area. It's more just as a way to show you this is what we could do. One of the reasons why I was trying to get, the University of RC involved was because I know you guys do a lot of work with health data. And, during a natural disaster, it impacts the spread of disease, right, during a natural disaster. So I thought that was a really interesting, dimension to the whole problem. So obviously you don't have probably like, infectious disease information in Thailand because you're in Indonesia, obviously. So, but, is there something that we could do here, right? And kind of leverage this type of system with the data that you have or something like that. I don't know. It's more of a, it's just higher level thinking, trying to figure out what we can do.
Have you tried the COVID-19 data set?
No, I'm sorry?
COVID-19 data set.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's available. Even Malaysia has it.
That could be.
Yeah, I think that disaster is one area, right? That we can look at all those relevant data that contribute to the risk of having that disaster, and also who will get affected by that once it happened. Like, as you can see from the previous file, there's also house, people distribution, all those kind of information. And on the other hand, you can look at this more as a tool, like initial tool, that if you have other type of data that is geospatial and might require, integration of lots of data, and you sync and work in a workflow together with your collaborators. So in that sense, disease could be one thing. Actually, the PI who worked on this, he demonstrated one case with dengue disease, and I think that would work too. Yeah.
One thing I should just quickly mention is, our colleague at Mahidol University, Morez, he did a really great job. And if you saw the dates, Land Stage 3 ran basically during COVID. So it was really challenging for him to get stuff done. And to, he managed to finish it, but, as he said too, the impact wasn't quite what he wanted. And it's mostly just because we couldn't travel, and, it was just really hard because we were doing everything via Zoom. And so it was just kind of difficult. So I do want to just, plug, make a plug for him, because he really was able to hold the project together and keep it running through that year. So that's why it may seem like, well, over 2 years he didn't quite, but it's mostly just because of COVID. It was really hard to kind of make some progress. But Land Stage 4, he was able to go further with it for sure. You have it ready? Okay. All right. Let's see if this works.
Okay. So pick one province, please. Or you can pick, and I will narrate. Sorry. Okay. So Payao with the geology. Okay. And the other one could be the landslide risk. So imagine that you have your collaborator and maybe not in the same place, right? So on the left, maybe somebody in Bangkok, the policymaker, and the other one in Payao, and you can see the same view of information. And then the landslide. The landslide susceptibility. So everything doesn't need to be only the command from the center, right? But you can also allow your peer at the other side to initiate the convey of information too. And if you zoom in on one screen, the other one's also been controlled and synced as well. And we can add more variable, or we can unsync in case that we want to explore more than one in one site. That is possible too. So I think currently we offer this, like mechanism that will allow you to explore multiple variables together and synchronize together, but it does not need to be only this set of data. So For example, if you have data already available and I mean, something might need to be adjusted, we can kind of work together and integrate the data set that you have and think of this as one platform that we can try to work together on how we can integrate data better too. Not saying that it's a mature tool, but it can serve as a playground for us. And hopefully, if we can integrate somebody in the domain who gonna actually use all this information for making decision, then I think that would be best. Yeah.
See, there's two different data sets. Spatially linked.
So currently it has more than 40 data set, as you can see from the report, and I think it can integrate more as long as you use the raster format, should be fine. And the model, like if you are the modeler, can try to see how we can plug in your model. And of course, you are free to use the data that's already integrated there.
So, are there any questions about this?
Jason, question.
Yeah.
So if you did have a new data set that was different than the type of data that you're already working with, how much work is involved to integrate like a completely, like, fire data or health data? How much work is, or how many steps does it take?
So as far as I know, there's already the back system that already allow you to upload the data file in the raster format, and it will do the mapping with the GIS location. But I don't know much in detail because although one of my students work with the team, but the main work done by Mahidol University, but then he passed the baton to me, and then we can try to see if there's other people who would like to involve in the next phase. Yeah, but I think it's possible to make that part of integrating the new data set to be more automated and less manual, so that we can include data more easily, and probably that's the easiest way to collaborate for the beginning. Yeah.
That's a guess.
Yeah, I think they have the script that does the job of integrating into the existing code. It's not like manual every time the new data come in.
So you take the data and then you kind of standardize it into,
Yeah,
you said
there's a
RAS format?
raster format.
RAS format,
Yeah.
okay.
Okay. Well, we're around, so if you have any ideas or further thoughts, let Nan know too.
Okay. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, that's the end of the session of disaster management. Next, we're going to move to the next session, which is going to be chaired by Fatur. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. We are moving to the next section. In the next section, we will have discussion related to the artificial intelligence and high performance computing on nature research. We have three guest speakers. And for the first speakers, we have Nurul Hasimah Malim from the University Science Malaysia. I would like to invite Nurul Hasimah Malim. The time is yours. Thank you. Okay, for this slide. Yeah.
They have the slide. Okay. Can you open my slide? Where's the controller? Yeah. All right. Okay, thanks. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good afternoon, evening. This is 6 o'clock in Penang, 5 o'clock in afternoon. So I'm Nurul. I'm from University Science Malaysia. Maybe some of you have seen this, but this is an update on our project on ecological informatics. So basically, these are my students' work. We work together. So there are three parts of this project. First, we came out with integrated sensor, and then we have our dashboard for the sensors readings and a bit of visualization, just graph, and then prediction. And we have a platform which is an online platform. The idea is we came out with a low-cost sensor where people can buy our sensor and they get an account on our platform and they can use our platform to monitor their sensors wherever they put. So you can have different sites. Maybe you are a fish farm, fish plant owner, and you have many fish plants in Langkawi, in Penang. So you can register all your fish plant with the platform, and but you have to have our sensors planted in your being positioned in your platforms in order to get the data and monitor your fish plant. Okay. So what is ecological informatics? So basically it's the combination of all this. We have ecological modeling, we have ecology and ecological informatics there. So basically it's the what we call combination of computer science and ecology studies. Okay, so this is based on this is data-driven approach where we use the available data to make prediction, just like landslide prediction. But we are focused on ecology problem. So in one of the ecology problem is harmful algae bloom, which happens mostly in seawater. So harmful algae bloom can be very toxic, and they comprise of various species and they differ in non-linear ways. We can never predict algae bloom, and it's very complex and they are dynamic in growth. They can differ from ours today, their fluctuation of their occurrence. So it's very hard to analyze and are not well understood, resulting in unreliable predictive models. These are what people have experienced so far, researchers have experienced so far. And so the growth of algae can vary on short time scale and make the identifying the condition major research effort. So, right. So what happens if we have this algae bloom? Our fish will die instantly. When the algae are close to your water surface, no sunshine goes into the water, and less oxygen. The fishes got less oxygen, they will die instantly. 10 minutes of less oxygen, they will die instantly already. So that's called fish kills. So existing ecological studies on algae population, we try to achieve robust predictive modeling of algae growth, and there are several issues that being highlighted. The features must be mapped to the dynamic issue of algae, and a stable algae growth predictive modeling must be found, particularly to tackle this dynamic algae for coastal studies. So we are focusing on coastal studies because our fish plants are usually not far from the beach, yeah. Okay, so this is dynamic issues. Again, so with the current advancement of IoT with sensors, previously profiling water quality for this kind of situation has been done in situ, and also periodically, like they go for after 1 month. So it's very far away, the interval. With IoT, we can get real-time monitoring. So you just put sensors there, and then we can get the data almost every second. And then we can use all the data to do predictive modeling. So that's what we are doing. We put our sensor there. These are the things that we measure. These are the sensors we have. We do pH, electrical conduit, dissolved oxygen, turbidity, temperature, and total dissolved solid. Sorry. So this is our first setup. Okay. So this is the fish plant where we put our stuff there. So this is solar panel. So the kit is solar powered. So we don't have to worry about battery because they generate energy from this solar. And then from the data, we do water quality monitoring system. We automate. So this water quality monitoring system is hoped to decrease catastrophic losses. Okay, for fish plant owner especially, because once the oxygen went down, they need to be alerted so that they can move the fish to somewhere. Okay, otherwise all the fish will die and they will experience loss, especially in seawater. If it's fresh water, we still have the aeration system, but in aeration system mean oxygen, they can open the oxygen if the oxygen is low. But in seawater, there is no aeration system. So you need to move the fishes into a temporary pond, or like they have their own space there. And then lower production costs and enhance product quality. So fishes which have enough nutrient, enough oxygen will be healthy fishes. Okay, so what we do is we have an inexpensive sensor, low-cost sensor. So it is able to obtain the needed data, and we can do our predictive modeling. So this is more inspired from a smart river monitoring system for river, where they have put this in river. River is fresh water, it's not salt water. Okay. Oops. Right. Okay. So once we have this, what we did is we read the data. We have the dashboard. We can visualize. We got the real monitoring, and we have alert if the dissolved oxygen value or any value goes above certain threshold. But we also do predictive modeling. Okay, this predictive modeling is where we are able to predict the turbidity of the seawater 10 days ahead. So what we do with this predictive modeling is first we go into research where we collect data from existing data. So we use the Tolo Harbor data, okay, and we came up with the model and we put into our platform. Even though it's not Malaysian seawater data set, but that's the closest data set that we have. So we use that, but still it can give us quite a good prediction. Should I? Ooh. Okay. So this is our framework, the students' framework. So first, stage one, knowledge-based data acquisition. So we gather parameters. So this is now part of the research work. We want to come out with the model, predictive model that we will use on the platform. Okay. So we go back and do literature and we find papers related to this algal bloom prediction, and we found that these are all the parameters used in algal bloom, and these are all the parameters used to measure water quality. So what we do is we choose the features that we want to use, and then we start to do data processing, and we do correlation analysis, and we start to do modeling using machine learning, deep learning, and time series. Okay, and once we got the model, we select the best model, and we pump our original data from our sensors to predict. Oops. Okay. So these are the additional data set. This is what we are using for our model, the features that we are using for our model. And this is the process, pre-processing. We do the min-max normalization, linear interpolation, and make data the stationary using ADF, and feature selection using correlation analysis. So, and then based on, we try out three types of modeling: machine learning, deep learning, and time series forecasting. So basically, the limitation for basic machine learning models is that it's unable to extract features of multi-factor timing data. I think who works in time series will understand the multi-factor timing. It doesn't reflect the temporal characteristic of the data. So the alternative approach to use deep learning and time series. So first we do the baseline using machine learning. This is the problem. And we move to deep learning and time series forecasting. So for deep learning, we use RNN and LSTM, in which they have show outstanding performance to capture non-linear and temporal behavior, but it's not been applied on coastal data sets. So my student applied this, and LSTM are able to capture the dynamic features via cycles in the graph. Okay, so these are the results. So you can see comparison between existing state of the art. So as we have all the machine learning, time series, and deep learning. Okay, and then for the testing data, this is performance of her approach towards the LR. Okay, so they use the same, for this case, we use the same data set, but this one is a bit not able to offer comparison, but this coastal data set is taken from the same source, just different timing. Yeah, and you can see that from the model fitting, LSTM is not able to capture the sudden peak in the data. Uh, so this is what she is trying to improve further, and she also is trying to improve on the significant features so that she can improve the problem of nonlinear and uncertain dynamic data. So, but from the first experiment is enough for us to use it for our platform. At least we come out with a prediction model. So this is when we put in we install this setup, we have this problem. All these algae, macro algae, we call it, macro algae covered our sensors. So no readings. So these are macro algae, these are all our sensors. So we have to move into pump base, where we pump the water from the sea, and it will come into this box. Our sensors are inside this box, and then it will pump back outside. Okay, so it will take like every 9 minutes. It will pump up and release. Okay, so that's improvement. Later I'll show you the video. So this is the conclusion for the research part until she got the predictive model, and this is some of the interface. We have the platform, online platform. It works like Facebook, where you have an account. You can you have a project, one project, fish plant. You are a fish plant owner. You have a project. You can invite people to join your project, your collaborators, and you can assign. Assign your sub pond or sub fish plant to your collaborators. Like if you, let's say you have 5 fish plants inside one project, so you have one account, so 5 fish plants there. You can assign 1 fish plant to one worker and so on. And then, but you can monitor all 5 fish plants inside here. Okay, so this is the main page for one project, and you can monitor through web and mobile. Okay, so can we watch the video? So before watch the video, we show the next one. This is the setup here for seawater, and we are moving towards sea cucumber monitoring for indoor breeding. So this one also use seawater, but a cleaner one, because to breed sea cucumber, we call it gamat. Gamat, Malaysia, Langkawi is famous for gamat. So this is indoor based. We just use simple sensor like this. Okay, so maybe can you click on the link for the YouTube? Okay, it should have sound. Click.
While water pollution does affect the environment of the aquaculture and fish industry, there are a lot of monitoring devices based on IoT already developed to observe and collect the data, perform studies and analysis to solve this problem. In our case, harmful algal bloom growth is the main things that will be observed. Even though we already had the IoT device, there is still some problem regarding the maintenance of the device and platform that we use, which is TeamSpeak. TeamSpeak provides us a dashboard to visualize the sensor data from the water station without setting up our own server or developing our own web, even though we still need to pay for using extra features. The problem statement of this project is regarding the platform that we used before, which is TeamSpeak, and maintenance of the device. First is the cost of adding extra devices, no features for analytical prediction, unable to manage user, trouble to maintain device, and simple dashboard. So what we propose is to create our own dashboard and use machine learning in this platform. Introducing WaterDash, which is a platform for researchers to train the machine learning model and apply it to the sensor data for water quality prediction. Our objective is to develop a platform for predictive analytic method using a selected machine learning technique to integrate the developed predictive analytic model with monitoring device and to develop a dashboard to display visual information and prediction information. Here is the architecture diagram for this system. As you can see, we have the water station will transfer the sensor data into the server, and the sensor data will go through the water quality prediction model for predicting the water quality based on the model that already go through train and testing based on the benchmark dataset. The dashboard contains the data visualization and the alert function, and we also have 4 different users, which is researchers, collaborators, device manager, and admin. In this module diagram, we have 4 main modules, which is user module for user management, data management and visualization for the dashboard visualization functionality, device module for managing the monitoring device, and lastly the water quality prediction model for predicting the water quality. So here is the dashboard of WaterDash. As we can see here, we have the single value of each of the sensor that we have, which is dissolved oxygen, electrical charge, total dissolved solid, temperature, pH level, and turbidity. We also have the graph of all the sensor value in a single graph. We also have the table that show all the previous value of each of the sensor, and we also provide an individual graph of each of the sensor value. At the bottom here, we also have the feedback functionality. We also provide a data log for each of the device. As you can see here, it will show all the history that is stored in the server, and where here also the user can download the history of the sensor data. Here is the prediction functionality where the researcher can upload their benchmark data, and it will go through train and testing and produce a model that can be used to the sensor data from the water station. So here we can upload our own benchmark data, and it will go through train and testing. Here is the list of model resulting from the train and testing phase based on the benchmark dataset that we upload. So we can see the output from the train and testing phase, where it will show the prediction graph, we show the historical predicted value in orange color, and also in this table. Here in the train and testing graph, also we show the graph of the dataset that we use. And here we can click enable to proceed with applying this model to the sensor data on the monitoring device that is available. Here is the latest prediction page where it will show the result from applying the model to the monitoring device. In this page, we have the result of the predicted value of the turbidity in the next 10 days in the form of graph and table. It also shows what model that we use, which device we apply this model, and the date where the prediction starts. We also have the ability to observe the status of each of the sensor for making sure that we got the accurate and correct value, since the sensor data is beneficial for the prediction module. Here, as you can see, for dissolved oxygen, it will show the sensor status is good, and also the same for each of the sensors, since at the moment the sensor is really in a good condition. We also have the graph that shows the value of each of the sensors so that we can monitor them. We also include the location that the monitoring device had been deployed. We also can see the list of the devices that is registered into the system, and we also can add new device into the system in case we want to add more device in the future. We hope that this system can bring convenience to the researcher in terms of the dashboard visualization and predicting the water quality. And we also hope that this system can contribute to a better and greener environment. That's all for the presentation, and thank you.
Okay, this is the first version of Waterdash. We have improved it to the second version, which have the project management component and also mobile app. Okay, so I believe that's you can see Waterdash at waterdash.cs.esm.my, and these are the students that work hard for this, and I'm very grateful for them. And this is covered by two grants that support their PhD and masters, basically, and two publications so far. We have yet to publish on the system. Okay. All right. Any question, or if you are interested, you can contact me. Go ahead.
Yes, Nurul, nice presentation. I want to know who is the user of these apps? Only researcher, or you involve the fish farmer? Because actually one of our faculty member also got research funding for IoT for fish farmer, but this is for fish cultivation in ponds, not in the river.
We can use this in pond as well.
Okay, so who is the user? I mean,
the role,
the user.
Okay.
Yes.
So we have admin, which is us, the service provider. We have a researcher, which also us, which do the modeling. We can apply the modeling because we handle the model. And then we have here we mentioned collaborator, which is our user, the fish plant or fish pond owner. So this collaborator can add their own friends into the system, but they have to invite using their account.
So the farmer also understand how to use the apps.
We can teach them.
Okay.
So the idea is for B40 farmers because it's very cheap. The commercial sensor, 20k ringgit. This is only 3k. But the sensors need to be maintained every 6 months. So far we have run for 6 months lah. They are okay. But because we are researchers, we are not software house, so it's quite hard for us to do unless we commercialize this. But I didn't go to commercialization yet. But if you or your friend are interested, we can bring everything here and let you use.
Okay, thank you. We will email you.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, I'd like to ask that the data that you collected to train the model, the training process, where does it take place? I mean, in the server or in the edge?
Okay, first they are being done separately first to see whether we are able to predict, and then once we are sure, we integrate it into the server. So we have our own Keras in our server. Keras, you know the deep learning. Yeah, so it's being done in the server at the moment.
And as the time goes, the sensor will collect the data, right? And my question is that is it does the model train does the model be trained in increasing manner or not?
Okay. At the moment, no, not yet. Because if we want to do it, we have to use the data that we collect, train first, then only we use apply the training. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Nurul, for a nice presentation. For the next guest speaker, I would like to invite Professor Hastin Fatihah from 10 November Institute of Technology Indonesia. Prof. Hastin, the time is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Justin Fatiha. I am from Informatics Department, Institut Teknologi 10 November. Okay, it's honor for me to be here to present our research and Pragma, Pragma 39. So, since I'm new in here, so first I would like to introduce a little bit about our university. Institut Teknologi 10 November is one of a leading university in the field of science and technology in Indonesia. And our main campus located at the Surabaya city, East Java. So this is the city of Surabaya. Surabaya is the capital city of Indonesian province of East Java and the second largest city in Indonesia. Okay, as we know, AI application already applied in many fields such as finance, economic, transportation, agriculture, healthcare, and etc. So in this session, we focus on AI application on nature. There are so many applications on nature, such as species detection, natural disaster prediction, analyzing crop health by drone, or something like this. According to the research, our AI research, previous and ongoing research. For previous research, we have already researched on sugarcane spot disease detection. The category of disease is ring spot, rust spot, and yellow spot. And so, and we have already also researched on tobacco leaf pets classification because and the company is they usually manually for sorting the good quality of tobacco. So that's why the automatic detection quality of tobacco leaf is preferred. And we have also already in plan leaf classification and the research and ongoing research and the fish body part detection using YOLO model and fish and freshness classification. We use YOLO model also. And the last topic on nature, our research is still ongoing research because currently I have many research on medical data from nature or natural data is not so much as medical data. So now currently we have doing research on pet land cover classification. We collect the data from pet land in Kalimantan Island. Also land cover segmentation using remote sensing in Kalimantan Island also, because we have 2 students they from Kalimantan Island. So for the more detail our research, only 2 type of our research. So the first one is freshness and species, fish freshness and species detection, and the second one peatland cover classification. Okay, for our research automatic detection of fish freshness and species, there are 3 publications have already published. The first one is we propose the model combine mobile net bottleneck with extension for classifying of freshness of fish eye. And this research already published in Information Processing in Agriculture 2022. The motivation of this research, the differences of fish freshness, so that the visual appearance of the eye, both fresh and not fresh fish are different. So we create a data set that consists of 4,000 images with highly fresh fish, usually take day 1 or 2 days, and fresh fish usually 3 until 4 days, and not fresh fish usually on 5 or 6 days. So we have already published also this data set. So the researcher can use this data set to make a research. For this research, we propose a mobile net bottleneck with expansion, include the depth-wise separable convolution. So the architecture, we use deep learning, the originality or the contribution that this model more like or lighter model, because we want to make the model with the parameter not so high, and the capacitous memory or something for complexitas is not so high. So that's why we combination depth-wise separable convolution and residual transition for connecting the feature match. The second one, our research detecting fish body part of fish using model YOLO, YOLO 4 version, but we use a tiny model because our purpose is make model like not so heavy parameter and memory. So that's why we use YOLO. First we have tiny, but we have to modify because some of image to detect this usually small object, small object, and not yet good the result. So that's why in this research we modified YOLO tiny object detector using 4 modification. The first one is use a wing convolution layer, and the second one we use spatial pyramid pooling or tiny spatial pyramid pooling, and the third one we use bottleneck and expansion convolution for resource efficiency, and the last one we add the extra branch for small object detection. And this research have already published also in Electronics in Agriculture in 2022. And the third one, we use multi-level residual network, VGG net, for fish species classification. Usually fish species manual classification is challenging, time consuming, and require experience, especially when encountering similar fish species. So we propose the MLR VGG nets model. This model is combined also 3 parts. The first one is we use multi-level residual strategy, and the second one we use depth-wise separable convolution to combine the low-level feature and high-level feature. And the third one, employing asymmetric convolution beds, normalization, and residual features. This is the kind of our proposed architecture. And the data set we use, one is public data set, and the second one we create also the own data set, but we have already published also Fish-Grass data set. There are I think it's type of species Canos, yeah. Jones, I think it's difficult to mention about the species of fish. And this research also already published in Journal of King Saud University Computer and Information Science in 2022 also. Again, the second one, our research focused on automatic peatland cover classification. Why we research in this field? Because vegetation density represents the level of damage of peatland, and peatland cover is divided into three classes, usually bare land, medium vegetation, or high vegetation. So, and the vegetation density information can be obtained by remote sensing using satellite or unmanned aerial vehicle or UAV using a drone. So the study focused on UAV image data taken from the area Liang Anggang. So this is the hutan lindung. Hutan lindung, it's mean protected forest area in Kalimantan Island also. And this research is ongoing research. We have already collected the data from a drone, and we have already labeling the image. There are three categories. We focus only three categories first. So after this, maybe we can extend the number of category. So this is the location of collecting the data. In this research, we plan to integrate the feature of ResNet and DenseNet, because the ResNet or DenseNet, they have a specific performance or features or specific variance feature. So we have to combine to improve the performance of model, but for the reduce the parameter or complexity of model, so we also use pruning filter with attention mechanism, or it's called PVAM. The object of this algorithm for reducing the number of parameter. So in this research, we also in ongoing research, and we hopefully we got the good result for this research. This is my magister student research. Okay, that's all my presentation or research. Thank you very much.
Any questions related to the research? Yes, please.
Yes, Ika, I want to know about the what is the result of detection of freshness? Is it kind of application that can be used by housewife, so we can screen fish in the market or something like that? Because if you develop an application, I think it's very useful for housewife around the world. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you for the question. Yeah, my student developed this system for mobile apps. So usually the housewife to to get the quality of or the freshness of fish, we have to saw the air or something like this. So that's why we develop mobile apps. No touching the fish, only taking the picture. After this, we got the freshness. The freshness is we classify three freshness. Very freshness, highly fresh fish, and fresh fish day. And we also applied in egg type, egg species, because one species is different freshness. Some like bandeng, maybe bandeng in English. Bandeng, so maybe the 4 years it's called, I think it's the category, it's not fresh fish, but for 4 day, I mean 4 day. But another species, 4 days, it's still fresh. So it's different type of different species is different the day of freshness. So it's so that's why it's difficult to make the model for freshness in the several species. Thank you. Okay. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I also are interested in the freshness applications,
Oh,
because
okay.
I think, we Japanese also care about the freshness of fish, especially sushi. So,
Yeah,
but anyway,
okay.
so it's kind of general question, but those applications are very close. Those research are very close to the real application. So, what is the tendency of the students in Indonesia to make new companies, startups?
Yeah, the student doing this research for because he collaborate with fishery agency under Ministry of Marine and Fishery. So that's why in the real fields, so the farmer, the buyer for the farmer usually they know how freshness the fish. So that's why it's the idea come out from this kind of problem.
So does it mean that the government job is better than the startup in Indonesia?
Yeah.
Maybe. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Kastin Fatihah from 10 November Institute of Technology. Okay, we are moving to the next, our guest speaker. I would like to invite Mrs. Yeni Herdieni from IPB, University of Indonesia. Ibu Yeni, the time is yours.
Oh, ini sudah ada yang mic.
Oh, sorry.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jenny. I'm from Department of Computer Science of IPB University in Bogor. So I'm very happy to be here. So thank you very much for having me, Ibu Umi. So this is the last presentation. I hope you still have energy to see my presentation. Okay. Yeah, actually, I would like to update our research. So last year, I present about my research in forests. So for disease monitoring in rubber plantations. So it is also for pest and disease monitoring. And now I would like to share with you our research. It's still about pest and disease monitoring, but we have different scenario for this research. So now we learn how to use knowledge graph, how to use ontology to make decision. So it is the simple the idea. So the title of our research is Knowledge Graph and Network Analysis for Plant Disease Transmission based on insect factor and pathogen interaction. So actually this is about plant protection. It's not easy for me because I haven't learned this one before. So I discussed with my colleague from the faculty for agriculture in IPB. So we discussed a lot about this one, and then I got some insight how to apply knowledge graph for these topics. So I would like also introduce my students over there. So in the background, so he is Zulkifli. So he helped me to conduct this research. So we learn together. Okay. Yeah. So as we know that climate change also has a big impact to agriculture, especially for food security. So we take small part from that. So we learn about pests and also disease include in this research. And maybe I would like to give you an overview how climate change has impact on agriculture, especially for disease, for insect pests. So as we know, you can see from the picture, so that it is white fly, white fly. So this is insects. So this is an insect factor, we call it, because they so this insect will infect the plant with the disease as a factor, something like that. So she is infected. They are infected a virus, something like that, to the plant. Then, if temperature or humidity increase, then the whitefly will increase also. The population will increase also. So it means that we will have a disease, right, for the plant because of this. So it is the impact of the climate change. We take a small part from this. So as we know that none of you is from the agriculture, so I will try to explain a bit about this. So as we know, in our research, we've observed about plant factor pathogen system. So what is this? So first, if we know that in a disease will occur or happen if the three components, like we have environment, we have a host, and also we have a disease or pathogen. So if these components works, that the disease will happen. So for example, in this illustration, I give you pictures. First one, the insect factor will feed the plants, and then the infected plant, and then this insect will, the second one, the
virus will also bring with insects, and then after that the insect also will infect other plants, right? So this one is a virus inoculation occur when the insects feed the other plant, and then finally the plant will be infected by the virus, something like that. So they will move to other plants, and then finally, so this is like infectious disease. So I think it's also important for you for human disease, right? Similar. So many viral and bacterial pathogens that cause the plant disease epidemic rely on the insect factor for the transmission. So we focus on this. So we try to learn about insect factor in this case. So the research background is, as you know, that because of climate change, the population of the insect will increase. And the second one, as you know, that our researcher, like epidemiologists, doing observation on the field to observe how the disease transmission happen, and also identify the insect, and also doing experiments in the labs to know what kind of the pathogen, virus or bacteria or fungi, etc. And on the other hand, they also learn from the literature, right? They learn from journal, they learn from the book, like the taxonomy, like the identification, etc. And you know that this takes time, right? They have a lot of time to learn about this, and also cost for the observation in the field. So we try to help by using the knowledge graph or an ontology that has been established, as we know, in like the link open data, to help them to learn about this one. So without, as a simple that without spending much time to read the papers, we have them to collect the information from the journal. By using the technology that we call it like information retrieval, something like that. So it is the simple idea. So we try to build the roadmap. So my colleagues say that this is really interesting because not only for the literature searching, but also like search engine, something like that. But also we can also analyze about the disease transmission from it. So this is the big picture from our research. So I think this is also relevant for the human disease, right? So it's very similar. So at the end, we want to develop integrated pest management system by providing information by machine, something like that. So we know about the disease transmission, etc. So how we do that? So we start from how to collect information from the journal, from the website, something like that. So, and then with like search engine system to retrieve information about the factor, insect factor, or how to find the biological control like that to monitor the disease. So we try to work on the circle one. So this is the insect factor search engine. We try to develop that one. So how to develop it? So we collect data from many sources, like from the ontology, as we know that we can find ontology to extract the knowledge, but for this case, because we are going to observe the species interaction to know interaction between species, so we use the GLOBI. Yeah, so the GLOBI is a global biotic interaction. So from this ontology, we have information about the species interactions, any kind of species, not only plant. And also disease and also etc. Also include the human disease. We can use it this one, and also we use Wikidata, DBpedia, and also NCBI. So mostly NCBI we can use for information retrieval from the journal, something like that. So we retrieve from that, then we construct the graph. So we construct knowledge graph, right? So This is the simple illustration. So from this case, because of limited time, so I would like also introduce you the simple explanation like this. So we have virus, we have insect vector, and then we have host plant. So from this component, we have relationship, right? So for example, from the virus is pathogen of the insect. And plant is has a pathogen of the insect, etc. So we build this interaction by using graph. So in this research, actually we have two most important parts. The first one is we construct the network interaction between virus, insect, and also plant. And the second one, we also learn about the taxonomy. So in the conventional or in the traditional way, like researchers and also we are conducted for this research, first we do the observation on the field to know the interaction between the species. And on the other hand, we also learn about the taxonomy. So we try to involve these activities into the model. So there are two models we developed in this research. So this is the global methodology that we use to develop this engine. So first, as you know, we also using information retrieval, right? Text mining to crawl data from the Wikipedia, NCBI, and etc. So we also use link open data for this research. And the second one, we also apply text mining, like to how to extract information from the text, embedding, etc. And then we try to construct the graph from that. And then finally, we try to analyze this graph. So what kind of the analysis that we use for this research? One of the analysis is how to find the insect vector for the one from the virus. For example, we type the virus to the engine, and then the model will try to find the insect virus, and then we can find the interaction between them, something like that. So we, in this case, we try one analysis. We use the degree of centrality to find the insect vector with the input of virus, something like that. And then we build the visualization to make easier explanation. So this is the methodology that we use for the first part. So how to learn about the interaction from the globi ontology. So we use breadth first search to find the insect vector. So this is technically we use like a depth into the level 2, something like that, because as we know that one virus can infect it to some plants, and also this virus can be bring by more than one insect, something like that. So we have to extract this knowledge. And the second one, we try to extract the information from that and then put into two main tables. The first one is table node, and the second one is table age. So these two tables will be used to construct the graph, right? And then for the second one, we also, we also learn about the taxonomy, and as we know, we have problem in like a Wikipedia or DBpedia. Sometimes inconsistency happen when we like the scientific name or like the taxonomy. So we have to try how to correct this error. So this is, we call it pre-processes data disambiguation. So try to fix the problem, something like that. And then we also, for the taxonomy, we try also the create two tables, node and then age, and then finally we can construct the graph. So this is the graph construction. So this is the final graph that we construct from the many sources. So from here, after we construct the graph, and then we start to analyze based on the needs, right? So what kind of observation do you need? And then ask my colleague, okay, first try to find the factor, insect factor first. It's very easier. And we try to apply some graph analysis like degree centrality, something like that, to find the factor insect factor, right? So in here we have insect, we have virus, and also we have plant. So this is the relationship between them. Then we try to analyze the interaction from here, and then we focusing on, so this is our point of view, plant virus transmission from the insect point of view. So as we know that for this field, we can analyze from different perspective, right? So we try to this perspective, insect point of view. So we try this is as a target. And from here, we use the graph analysis. As we know that we can use many algorithms from this. So one of them is degree centrality to find the insect factor. And then the second one, we also doing text mining to analyze the taxonomy. So we use like RDF2 factor, etc., to convert the taxonomy into the feature space, something like that. And then, so this is the result of the analysis. So from here we can map the insect based on the relationship, something like that. So this is for example, the visualization of if we are going to analyze begomovirus as insect factor, so we have this one, the taxonomy, something like that. So the most interesting thing is, so we also use the measurement to measure the model. So this is the information that we get from the analysis. We have the information about biocontrol, we have the information about the taxonomy, and also we have information about the plant. And then from that, so like this one, so we also, this is the illustration for the engine, search engine. So like knowledge fusions, we type the virus, and then after that we have information from this, the insect factor that also infected by the virus. And finally, we also have information about the biological control. So we call it biological enemy. So we don't need pesticide, but we kill the insect by the other species, by the other insects. So we call it biological control. So this is a friendly for environment. So this is the illustration, the graph that we use to know the biological control to monitor the disease, something like that. So it's very interesting. So I hope from this meeting I will have like maybe collaborations or input for our works. So I think in the future we need like high performance computing to compute the graph, right? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the
Sorry for the
presentation. Just one quick questions. Okay. Okay. Please.
No hard question, no worry, Annie. Just a very quick one. We know that ChatGPT can answer a lot of questions.
Right.
So did you try to apply ChatGPT?
Yeah.
Incorporate into your research, and what's the results?
Mm-hmm.
Please share with us.
So, yeah, actually, this research also is motivated by ChatGPT, actually, how to make life easier, right? But because of our from computer science, so I think we want to not only as users, but also we are going to we want to be a developer also. So we try to learn how ChatGPT works, right? So from this work, so we try to make user easy to find a specific problem, like how to get information about like a biocontrol. This is biological control for pest monitoring. So because if we use ChatGPT to search the information, so we need our brain to elaborate the informations, and also we you know that expert from Google also said that we cannot explain how ChatGPT works to make decision or to give the information. We don't know. So we don't want to do that, right? For the academic. So we want to make the explanation for our decisions. So we try to develop this one. So maybe, I don't know, this is the answer or not your question. So thank you very much for your attention. I hope you enjoyed my presentation. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you for the presentation, Dr. Yeni. Very interesting topic. I think that was the end of this session. Okay, I will give it back to Mr. Harry Sam. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Fathur Rahman. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the agenda for today. Okay, I want to inform you that for all Pragma members, international participants, and speaker, we invite you to join us in welcoming dinner at Rumah Putih Cafe and Resto. We will walk together to go there. Okay, before that, I would like to close our Pragma opening day by saying Hamdalah, Alhamdulillah, Rabbil Alamin. Tomorrow, we meet up again for second day Pragma in the same venue and time in this room at 9 o'clock. Okay, well, that's all for today, and see you tomorrow. Give applause for us.